Hello, welcome. This is going to be a speedrun tutorial for the Dark Cloud 2 No Major Glitches Steveless category. First things first, we're going to set some options. We're going to turn vibration off. You can have it on, off, whatever, but I prefer to have it off. Message speed to fast, because of course this is a speedrun. Time speed to fast, that is going to be the in-game time, how fast time progresses. That is important. That's going to be explained later in chapter 2, but the gist of it is when characters are used for their support abilities, the energy has to build back up, and that's based off of this time, in-game time, along with like magic fountains that heal you in the middle of the dungeon. Map display, you can have it on whatever. Most people use 3 because that's the big map in the middle of the screen. I use map for movement. I'm doing hand motions, I don't know why I'm doing that. And for me, I need to change the camera stuff because I'm weird. Everything else is fine to leave on. I'm gonna go into new game. The outfit you choose isn't going to matter, it's just cosmetic. If you have a finished file, you can choose Monica's outfit. It doesn't matter, again, it's just cosmetic. So after confirming, that's when you would start your timer. First things first, try not to die here because it's a game over. It's gonna be a bit of a difficult run if you die in the first battle. Combat here is pretty simple. You have to defeat these 4 dudes. And to do that, we're going to do one of 2 different techniques. You can do guard cancel, which if you're in a dangerous situation, you'll attack and guard to cancel the animation. But we have a better technique, which is a bit quicker, called L canceling. That is when you attack and press L1 and cancel the animation. If you accidentally hold L1 and press X afterwards, you'll shoot, and that's bad. We don't want to do that. That's a failed L cancel. So it'll take a little bit of practice, but the idea here is you need to hit them 8 times, and we're going to reset the combo after a 1-2. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, just like that. And the best thing that can happen is if they're grouped up. Now they can sit there and guard randomly a bunch. That just sucks. You just get through the fight. It's whatever. It's right at the start and pretty quick. There's a lot of RNG to this run. There's a lot of variance. It's quite volatile. There are other runs I've done of other games that were more volatile, but this one is kind of heavy.
Oh, I'm soaked.
Right afterwards, we're going to swap over to Max. Head on down and grab the wrench. Then we'll come back to the vacuum here. If you accidentally grab the notebook, not a big deal. But there is a weird thing here where if you have the wrench, you have to select this and choose down. If you have the notebook, it changes to the top option instead for whatever reason. As for this category, this is the no major glitches, which means any of the 2 extremely broken glitches that can be used in a shop to get to like out of bounds slots in the shop that are crazy broken are not allowed. Go up to the clown there, just give the ticket right away. You don't even need to talk to him first, just square and mash ups. But yeah, those glitches can unlock the debug mode menu, which is like the most glaring of glitches, or you can spawn in weapons that are extremely powerful, stuff like this. It's very, very broken. So anything else that is not one of those is allowed, because everything else is very minor in comparison to those.
I saw him heading that way.
I think the current any percent, like true any percent, is a little over an hour, and I think there's been a discovery since then that could speed it up even further. Whereas this run itself is going to be a little over 6 hours on average. Your first runs are going to be longer, of course. Just go around, talk to the people there. You have to end on grin and give the ticket there. Coming up here, we're going to have the tutorial battle for Max, which is just some clowns. If you die here, it's not a game over for some reason, so don't worry about that. But the idea is we are going to take a couple steps back and then go forward and try to charge attack and get as many in our attack as possible. Hopefully they don't guard. If you see a 1 damage, it means they randomly guarded. Looks like I'll have to hit them separately. And there you go. It's pretty simple. Just do your best. Sometimes they group up to a way where you can get them in 2 charge attacks. That's great. And then we're going to skip through our cutscenes, and the song here you cannot skip, so you get to enjoy that every time you have to reset. As for the Steveless part of this run, that means that Steve, the Ridepod, cannot be used except for the 2 required battles. That is Linda and Deathark. We cannot get past those without him, because everything else does 0% damage.
But in a way, it was really fun.
The Deathark you can actually shoot and damage for like 1.52 seconds, but then the mechanic kicks in to where everything does 0%. It's weird there, I don't know why.
But this was the beginning.
As of this time, we have no way to get around that without one of the major glitches, in which case you would just do essentially the any percent stuff, because it's a major glitch, right? Now that we're through that song, we're just going to skip the cutscene here, talk to Donnie, choose the second option. And that'll be the start of chapter 1. But before we progress, I'm going to insert a clip about movement.
Chapter 1. To the outside world.
Here we are at the Blinkhorn. So Blinkhorn is a good measurement of diagonal movement. I'm going to explain that real quick. When we move diagonally and short, we go faster than when we don't. So as an example, we'll just go do this without diagonal movement first. Now I'll speed this up a bit. And as you can see, we were just a couple of seconds off. It's usually like 2-3 seconds. Now, diagonal movement, because the game has an issue with the vector math, this, Dark Cloud 1, and Dragon Quest VIII, all level 5 games. I don't know too much about this, I just know that like they didn't account for the analog, and so it's adding 2 vectors together, and thus our speed increase ends up being the square root of 2. which is 1.41. So we get a 41% speed increase as long as we can get a perfect 45-degree angle and maintain it. But since the camera likes to pull, you're not going to be able to maintain that everywhere. Like here, you see I have to keep on adjusting it, even though I'm just holding up left or up right as needed, and then adjusting the camera. In reality, for like situations like this, it's going to be more like a 25%, 30% increase. Whereas there's some areas where you can actually run against the border and you can keep that angle correct. We're actually going to go so fast that the game's going to have an issue loading in a second. Plus the timer will keep going. And this is going to be used everywhere. Of course, it means that it's difficult to see, but you can look at the map and see where enemies are. And you get used to it in time. And that was a 126. And that was the demonstration of the diagonal movement and how strong it is. Good luck. Now that the movement explanation is out of the way, we're ready to tackle the dungeon. Just remember, move diagonally where you can, that's about it, and try not to get hit. First things first, we need to explain what we're gonna do. Now, since we don't have Steve to use outside of the 2 required battles, we're gonna need a different way to get through the enemies, particularly bigger enemies. We're gonna start with the battle wrench. It's going to get to +3, +2 with the power crystal, and then you build it up to the true battle wrench. Then later, when Monika's longsword is +2, you're going to put the true battle wrench into that partway through chapter 2, and then build that up to the bastard sword right away. And then the bastard sword can go to the shamshire right away, but it's better to get to like +1, +2 to get some attack first. And then partway through chapter 5, the shamshire will be at +5 and broken down and put into the steel gun, and that'll be the endgame weapon. A ranged weapon is chosen because the final boss is really annoying and it's a lot safer, and the steel gun can steal things that are useful, whether it's for money or stamina drinks. We also do have a guaranteed way to get that. We're going to invent it. And we have a photo route, which I'll go into later, in order to get a bandit coin to make that. Now, the way the dungeon works is pretty simple. We're going to have to kill an enemy, get the key, and get out. Now the enemy is guaranteed to be on a specific, the key is guaranteed to be on a specific type of enemy, and the amount of that enemy is always the same. So for the first floor there will be a rat with the key, and there will be 6 of them, and then the second floor there will be 3, and then the third floor there will be Baron balloons. And since we're in chapter 1, this is designated by 1-1, 1-2, or 1-3. That being said, we're just gonna go in now. Now we need to keep aware of some things. We need to work on our weapon, of course, but we also need some money. So we're gonna need to open chests so that we can afford bombs and repair powder partway through, so that we can deal with the vanguards for the latter portion of the dungeon. You can't open a chest when enemies are nearby, but you can pick them up and throw them away from it. The magic crystal, of course, will show chests and enemies on the floor, along with the angel coin, which is useless, or the angel and devil coin at the bottom left. The map will, of course, show the map, reveal the map. And every floor is guaranteed to have at least 8 chests. 6 of them will be guaranteed loot chests, 1 will be a map, and 1 will be a magic crystal. If there's a locked door, there will be a 9th chest with the key to get into said door. You have to be a little bit careful. Rats can fight, but early on, honestly, not a big deal. If you throw an item at an enemy, of course, it can break, it can damage and it'll stun them. But if you throw it into nothing that doesn't hit an enemy, you can get an item. This could have like a power crystal or something, but essentially it's not too useful unless you're waiting for the ABS to drop off an enemy. We have the key, we can exit now, but I do want to make sure if there's like a group of enemies or something to kill them, just to be efficient. If there are mimics, which there aren't yet, there aren't set floors, and I'll put a little sheet at the end of the run, which shows which floors have mimics. Those would be added chests as well. So you could have a map that looks like there's a ton of chests, but that's because there's a bunch of mimics. Bombs are really good. When you get a chest with bombs, there will be 2 in said chest, and that'll save us 400 gilda because there are 200 each. And we may as well kill these. Remember to L cancel to reset your combos if possible. Grab all that ABS. We're just trying to be efficient in the way that we deal with enemies and get ABS. May as well grab this. It could be the map, but it could not be. The pod crystal is useful. It means we can build up our weapon earlier at +2, and you would want to use it right away, but for the sake of this tutorial, I will just do the normal thing, which is get it to +3.
I pressed on.
We want to be as efficient as we can with killing enemies, of course, and trying to find the exit. Always make note of the exit if you see it early. And we want to make sure to get chests as well, of course. Bats, they can drop holy water. That saves about 30 seconds minus the amount of time it took to get it. So if you see them on the way, go ahead and pop them and try to get a drop. But don't go out of the way for it. Crystals are probably the best thing we usually get. It's very, very consistent items to get. They sell for 75 each, and you're guaranteed 2 to 4 of them in a chest. I want that chest. Going to get rid of those. Diorama stuff is kind of meh. Honestly, it doesn't sell for much. We do start with bread, so if you want to heal, you can. If there's a trap chest, I wouldn't bother opening those yet. It means that we'd have to give up a repair powder and gun repair powder essentially, and that's just not worth it. Better that we can sell a gun repair. There's a chance that we get like a coin, which could be a darkness coin, if you get that on the first floor, and then indestructible coin on second, and then darkness, and it alternates for chapter 1. If you get the darkness, make sure to use that right away, because we will transfer it to the weapons later on when we break this weapon down. That question mark bag, that gray question mark bag, means that there was a drop, and the red and yellow orb there is a G-realm item. It's worth picking up the drops, but for the G-realm items, it's whatever. There's really no need. For the Baron balloons, we're going to shoot them twice, and then we're going to finish them off with 2 melee hits. The reason why is, of course, if we want the ABS for our weapon, then we're going to have to defeat them with that weapon, but it doesn't matter if you damage them in some other way. Or I guess if you throw something at them, that'll split the ABS between your weapon and sub-weapon. And with that, there's no need to go out of the way to get items now. We'll just head on out, unless you're like crazy poor, you might want to grab a couple chests if they're in like the next room over or something. Like, it wouldn't be that big a deal if we just went up here and grabbed this chest real quick, because it's right here. If it's the map, that would suck, but it's not. And that is the first part of the dungeon. Now, we're going to go into the first encounter with Linda, and we cannot defeat her. We can't do any damage, so we're just going to hit her with something and wait out the timer. You gotta connect with one attack. So I would say just shoot her at the beginning, and then we're gonna go kind of diagonally behind her. Because if we are in the right spot, there's kind of a wide margin of error here. She'll just do this trunk swing, and at this point you don't even have to touch anything. She'll be locked into this animation. If you're in the wrong position, she'll try to like stop, and that means you need to make sure to move into a different position. It's kind of like a diagonal towards her back-ish. Not all the way behind her, though. And after that, we're going to be brought back to town, and the time will always be set to the beginning of morning, which is 7 a.m. Daytime is 7 a.m. until 8:30 p.m. That will be more relevant later when we get to recruitment in Chapter 2. So for now, just open up your inventory, put on the camera, and we're going to start taking pictures. Now, we need to get to level 4 for our picture route. Every 100 score will give you a level, so we need 300 points. Every idea, such as the staircase, is worth 2 points, and we're going to give you a bunch of them. Get the staircase, vacuum, and constructor. Head up on stairs, up the stairs, get the fan, the tiny hammer, the work robot, the gauge, the barrel, the wrapper. We are going to store that barrel in a bit. Register, binocs. It doesn't matter if you miss a picture, just make sure you adjust your camera and get it. Vacuum bag, the reader, and the wooden box, which we are also going to need to store. We're going to need these pictures later, some of them. Most of them are just going to be useless and for points. They're not going to be used for inventions. I'll take a picture of the morning sun, the post, window, which will store, shrubbery, sign, the flag, the trash can, and chimney. Lamp, sunshade, Polly's bakery sign, Cedric's sign, and Melane's weapon shop and mailbox. The sign here for Morton's, and then we're going to store our pictures, and then we can just delete them either through this menu, or you can go here and delete all pictures. Pumpkin, and head on in. Just hold right and then take a picture, and that's the book. We're going to need that in Chapter 5. Clock, phonograph, fridge, chandelier, painting, wheat flour, and vending machine, and then speak to Morton. We're going to sell whatever extra stuff we can. Don't sell the bombs like I just did. That was stupid. Whoops. Just testing myself here. Anyways, let's pretend we didn't have bombs, right? Let's just say we had just this to work with. This is basically the default here. Outside of this, which we would have used already if so. So the default here would be you need 4 bombs and 7 repair powder in total to really get through the next 2 floors guaranteed. If you have to, you can sell these. Ideally, we don't have to sell our antidote drinks. You really don't need all 3 water. It's nice to hold on to 1 though. And any extra money you'll get with bombs after you have 7 repair powder. You can go with less repair powder if like you have like 7 bombs or something, you can, or 6, 7, 8, etc. You can go with like 1 or 2 less. But let's pretend that we kind of had the bare minimum here. I'm gonna head on over, take a picture of this cart and the street light and then the police sign. And then we're going to store. And then we are going to delete all our pictures. And now we need a picture of the belt, and you can get that when Blinkhorn here is doing his peace sign. And the milk can over here. Turn around, get the pipe. And at this point, we can go into our item menu and equip the bombs and repair powder, and then sort with select, go to make, And we're going to choose the belt, the milk can, and pipe. We're going to do a little bit of a glitch here, because if we now go and talk to Cedric, he's going to give us money, tell us to go to Morton's, get the materials, and make this energy pack. But if we don't have all three of these pictures either stored or in our camera here, if we were like missing one of them, we can now do a little skip. In this case, we don't need any, so we're going to delete all of them. We're going to talk to Cedric, and for some reason it makes it so that we can do an energy pack skip. We don't have to actually get the materials to progress. Like, it just skips this part for some reason. And with that being said, we're now done with our little Palm Brinks adventure. And we're going to fight Linda. Now, this is one of two battles where we are required to use Steve. You have to. Everything else does 0% damage. So it doesn't matter how strong it is. Anything times 0 is 0, of course. Take a picture when she stomps. That's 5 easy points, guaranteed every single time. And then just go behind her and smack her down. Dismount. Now, if you were to you accidentally mount the Ridepod, it's not a big deal. Oh my god, my run is over, it's invalid. Well, no, it's not. Just get off the Ridepod. Now, if we, for example, had boarded it and we start killing stuff, and, well, yes, that would be invalid, of course. So just don't kill stuff. It's that simple. Don't attack anything. We're not going to be using the Ridepod until Deathark in Chapter 5, which also has a 0% multiplier, but it takes a couple seconds for it to kick in for whatever reason. Like if you tried to shoot it at the beginning with the steel gun, you'll damage it like 4 hits, 5 hits, and then boom, all of a sudden, nothing. Now for the rest of the dungeon here, we have part 2. It's very simple. We have 4 vanguards, then 3 vanguards, and that's it. And of course, you are meant to use the Ridepod for it, but we are going to be fighting it. It's good to be able to get our battle wrench to the true battle wrench, but we need +3 first, or +2 with the power crystal. And usually I won't get it until after this floor. If you're worried about having enough materials, you can grab chests, and then after this floor you could head on out and buy more bombs or something, and that's fine as like a beginner. But as you get better, you might want to not do that. You might want to skip that, and wow, what a tiny floor. Of course, there are mimics that spawn here, and there's like a king mimic on the next floor. There is something you can do before entering this floor, which I'll do it on the next one just to show it. Like a safety thing. It's more of a marathon safety strat. There is a scoop here, if they cooperate. Please. It'll spin, and you take a picture. If it's right on the ground, you're not going to get it. Oh. In this case, I am going to open these because we don't have the rusty key yet, and there's a very high chance with this layout we're going to need it. Okay. There's a vanguard there, but there's a lot of things here, and we do not want to be fighting other enemies while fighting a vanguard. I'm just going to heal up real quick. Very simple. You can go up to this. It's going to try to pierce you. Go to the side, take your camera out, and take a picture. And that's how you guarantee that picture. Very simple. There might be more. So our bombs are used to try to get them grouped up. If they're grouped up like this, we'll just kind of kite them together. Watch the map. And it'll be 4 bombs. And then a charge attack. Of course, my weapon is +3, so I'm going to build that up first. Usually I get it after this floor. If you have more bombs remaining... Okay, well, we got the key, so we're just gonna head out. If you have more bombs, you might want to do like 3, and then fight it for the rest of it to kill the enemy. That way we have bombs for the next floor as well. There is a chance that we get like all 3 vanguards together, and if you have to fight them like that, it's pretty horrible. So normally we would actually just continue after Linda, and you do this floor and you do the next floor. However, there is a safety strat you can do before you enter that first vanguard if you wish. It helps a little bit, I guess. There's a Fruit of Eden next to Donnie in the underground channel here. And you can go ahead and like exit it and grab it and use it, and that'll give you 8 extra HP to work with, max HP. So your current won't go any higher, but for example, after you finish this floor, you'd say, okay, well, we'll just leave and grab this. It's like a 25-second time loss though, so you can do it if you're just starting out, but once you get better, I'd try to not do this. But it is right here, and we'll be grabbing this later anyways. So you would just use this, and then you would do the Vanguard floors if you wished. Again, that's just like a very, very super safe thing that helps a little bit, but if you have bread, like, it's kind of irrelevant. You don't even need to do that. And once you learn to fight the vanguards, you wouldn't need to anyways. I am going to use this just because we have it. Obviously, I would use it as soon as possible, but I did want to show without it. So we do have some enemies here. We have one of our vanguards. We're just going to bomb that real quick. And to fight them, we're going to stun lock them. After 1, 2, 3, it's going to be stun locked. But watch your weapon. You see, it takes away like 2 durability every hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we can walk towards it. You got to be careful because sometimes you'll get back flips on accident or jump attacks. If you keep attacking like this, eventually the enemy is going to be pushed too far away and you won't actually hit it. So you have to be prepared for that eventuality. And again, we have 3 vanguards here, so we're just going to hunt down the other 2. I could hear it over here. We're going to push it against the wall. 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Be careful if other enemies are with them. Because as you can see, it hit us, and then I got hit by the stamina enraged vanguard. So always focus on the other enemies first. If you have a box nearby, you can throw it at them and it'll stun them. But you can't stun lock while they're stunned. You'll have to do like a full combo or something, and then be careful, get out of the way, and then stun lock them. It takes a little bit of practice to learn to fight them. But with that, we're through. And that's it. And now for the boss. We have Halloween, and then we have Flotsam. Halloween, ideally our weapon is +1 before this, so we can get a 2 cycle. It is possible to get a 2 cycle, but the timing's super tight if your weapon's not +1. But if it's not +1, don't worry, just do an extra cycle. Not a big deal. It's better than going out of the way to grind up your weapon, right? So at the start here, we're going to lock on. We're going to get into this little intersection, grab the bomb and throw it. Be careful, don't walk into that explosion. Do a full combo, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2. You need 6 durability on your weapon. Now at this point, the boss will jump away. And it's either going to shoot us with a missile, or it's going to come up to us. If it shoots us, we can get a picture. So from the initial position here, just open your camera and take a picture if he opens his eye to shoot. Unfortunately, we didn't get that. So he walks up towards us, and we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And my weapon was strong enough with the power crystal to defeat it. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, L cancel. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, L cancel. 1, 2. And if our weapon is stronger, great, cool. Right, but that's Halloween. We didn't get the picture, it didn't shoot us, not a big deal. Like I said, he'll jump back, you'll just open the camera And from the initial position of the camera, snap a picture when his eyes open. That's it. From here, we'll just hold left, take a picture of the water, take a picture of the brown part on the bridge. And now we're going to board the Blackstone one, and there's going to be two pictures here. There's going to be what's it called? The engine behind Cedric here. Firehouse or something? Yeah, Firehouse. So you just press square and you'll get that, and then down right for the coal. And you can see on our points here that we are already at level 2. Like, you're always going to be level 2 here. And we're not visiting Donnie until later anyways. There are plenty of extra pictures routed into the route, just in case. Flotsam, grab the bomb, turn around, and throw it. If he doesn't move outwards, we can get a quicker cycle. And we got the quick cycle. Sometimes they move outwards, it's like a 50-50 that you get the fast fight. And that's Flotsam down, very easy. The normal cycle though would be one on the first side, and then the second one misses, and then he jumps over, you get that one, and then he jumps back over and you get that one, right? Very simple, just don't throw your bomb into the train. That's it. And you'll have a easy time. But yeah, that's chapter 1 down. I know there's a lot of info
Chapter 2,
in chapter 1.
Resurrection of the Great Elder.
Here we are at the beginning of chapter 2. We're just gonna turn around, grab a picture of the Blackstone 1, the railroad, and then pop on over to Eric here. Now we set the time to fast at the beginning of the game for a reason, which is for energy regeneration of characters. Now Eric here is gonna give bombs, 3 sets of bombs there per use, so we're gonna get 6 bombs out of this. These improved bombs sell for 150 each, but are also very strong. We're going to be utilizing them for bombing enemies so that we don't have to worry about seal breaking scrolls. Now, again, at the beginning of the game here, we set the in-game time to fast for the purpose of energy regeneration. Get a picture of the rock and log here real quick for points on the picture out. Now, the energy regeneration is about 3 points per in-game hour. However, it won't regen if the character is in your party during cutscenes. So that's why we didn't bother sending Eric away, because we have some cutscenes here. Or if we are in the same area. This would mean Sindane Station, but also Sindane itself. If we are in Sindane, Eric will not be regenerating. I guess it might be on the same map or something, I don't know. Or it's just loaded for some reason. Now we're going to be utilizing Eric throughout the run. Grab a picture of the flower. Hop on over here and get Cedric. Now, Cedric normally is for repairing the Ridepod, which we're not using Steve, but he has repair weapons. You would go into here and just repair a weapon, and then we don't have to worry about using repair powder up, which we're going to need it later. But before the dungeon gets tackled, we're going to go to Palm Branks. Grab potato pie and fruit of Eden. These spawn after the Vanguard floors. I don't remember which is which, but you wouldn't leave the dungeon in between anyways. Head over to Polly's Bakery so we can get some healing. Grab a picture of the can, bread, and oven. Now, Monica gives us 5 repair powder, so armband repair, so we're guaranteed at least 200 gilda here, and you would be able to afford 6 bread. Now, hopefully you can have enough money or something to get, about 10. About 10 bread is good. Before we head out, we're going to delete all our pictures here. We don't need any of these. And then we are going to put the improved bombs on Monica for something later. Use the potato pie and fruit on Max, and we don't need our repair powder. Now we can start our inventory and go. Now the first set in the dungeon here is the first 3 floors. That's going to be 2-1 through 2-3. It's going to be 8 Himaris, 5 Taurs, which are bigger enemies that take a bit longer to kill, usually, and then 4 Tortoises, and the R there means that there's a red seal. Now this means because Max is chosen by the red Atla, we can't use them here. Unless we get a seal breaking scroll, have defeated all the enemies, which we're not doing in a run, or just get through it with Monica, which we're going to opt to get through it with Monica. We're just going to bomb the enemies with those improved bombs, and we are guaranteed 6 there. And these will be toppled with 1. If you had any regular bombs, you could throw those too, but just 1 regular bomb won't be enough to kill him. You'd have to smack him a bit, which is really annoying because they guard a ton, or just throw 2 bombs or something. But we'll get there when we get there. Now, there are a couple of scoops we can get. This grass, if it kind of does like its little dancing, smiling thing. We have 2 of them here. As you can see, it kind of danced around a bit. Ideally, you'd have like 2 if you wanted it. And you can just lock on and take a picture of it. Now, we need Himaras. Alright, there was a really long path on the bottom. We'll go there if we have to, but ideally not. There's that exit. Now, the Himara we're going to take a picture of, even though it's not a scoop or anything. And the reason being that we're breaking our recruitment of characters up into 2 segments. And there's a potential that we can recruit Claire, who's required for progression in Chapter 4. Now, Claire needs a picture of a flower. So it needs to be Himara or Lafrasia stem. And because we will be recruiting before doing Giorama, that means we wouldn't have Lafrasia stem ready on our first recruitment segment. Claire is important to get because she's only in her house starting Chapter 3 onwards or at night. So if it's daytime when we recruit later, we're going to pick up Claire, and I'll emphasize this again later. Be careful with the Himaras because they have a spit, which if it hits you, it can cause goo, which makes you go slow. You can get rid of it with a magic fountain or soap, which you wouldn't have soap yet. Or mighty healing, which you wouldn't have either, of course. The plants that we took a picture of earlier can poison. Poison will go away at the beginning of next floor, but goo will not. It remains, it persists. So just be very careful about that. I'm gonna get some healing here real quick. Okay, getting a little unlucky on the key, that's okay. Now we want to be opening chests because in this chapter we're gonna need a lot of money. It's quite money intensive. Plus you can get useful things like the power crystal, which we don't need yet, but we'll use it later. And assuming I like recording this on the same file or whatever. On the first 5 floors of the dungeon, so 2-1 through 2-5, we can get a roasted chestnut. This is really important. Chestnut is required for recruiting Ferdinand, who is required for Chapter 3 progression for Lao Chao. Now, if you don't get it, there's a backup, but it will lose time, definitely. In this route, I'll be recruiting Polly. And normally, when your times get faster and stuff, you wouldn't do this because it loses about 2 minutes to get her. But we do get 20 crunchy bread, and we don't really have to worry about healing throughout the run. We would use that, and then you could buy a 20 premium chicken later, and you'd pretty much be set for the run. The Polly backup, which is how we get a chestnut. You recruit Polly, you get the bakery, and then you buy a chestnut in the future. We had to kill all 8 Himaras. That's not good. This would be a terrible time for Chapter 2 so far. But yeah, anyways. You get Polly, you go to the future, you get a chestnut. And due to the nature of how recruitment works and how you can't recruit anybody until you get Gordon first, that means that you have to do some backtracking and whatnot. Now this backtracking, which I'll go into again later, loses about a minute and a half on top of getting poly. So no poly at all versus the poly backup will lose about 3.5 minutes. Take a picture of the Tor. This one is pretty easy to get. You have to be near him, but not, you know, too close to wake him up. I'm gonna put my bread on. The Tors, just go up behind him and start smacking. After 4 hits, they're going to be stun locked. And just reset your combo with an L1 press. These guys, if they spin their pitchfork, you can get a picture. Don't worry about it. There's a floor later where we have to actually fight them in. If you wanted it, you could get it there. The moles here have a picture when jumping. That is a horrible picture to get. It sucks. Do not bother. I can't remember if it's necessary for plat runs or not. I wouldn't even want to get it done. Now, if Max dies, not a big deal, because, you know, if you're like fighting it, you might get hit or whatnot. Now the melee, you can see the melee does about 2 hits. It does do 2 hits, so you have to be careful with that. Once you got a stun lock, just do a 1, 2, 3 with Monica. Make sure to get the ABS. The longsword is what we'll be upgrading with Monica. And as for Max's weapon, we're going to want to get the true battle wrench up to +5. Which is already +5. Okay. If it's +5, stop getting ABS, because if it gets to +6, you're going to need to take 6 points off of a weapon to put the synth spear into it. If these Tors spawn their little guys, you can just smack them, or if you were farther away, you can just shoot them or use magic and they'll drop in a single hit. Now moles, they do suck to fight, but you know, it's not that bad. You can go up and smack them, and well, we got our carrot. That's quite lucky to get it on the first one. The drop rate is kind of low on these guys. We do need a carrot in the run at some point, so I would recommend defeating moles here to get it. Now, chapter 4, we do have to fight moles. Oh boy. We do have to fight moles. So, you might have to get the carrot then. We'll see. If you had to do poly backup, you won't have to worry. Because in Jurek Mall, at the bakery there, you can buy not only a chestnut, but a carrot. In which case, you'll just buy it there. Later, during the fishing segment as well, there's a chance... Oh, thanks for the explosive traps game. There's a chance that we get a non-key that's 60 centimeters or above that sets a flag in your file stating that you can recruit Fabio. I don't know why I'm grabbing the ABS, I don't need it. And there's our key. Last enemy again. Kind of par for the course sometimes. Next up we have our turtle floor. Again, this is a red seal, we can't use max here, so we're just gonna bomb the enemies. If you had flame stones on the prior floor, you could use those. But you'll only have obtained them in chests in this chapter. Sometimes you have them, sometimes you don't. Usually you wouldn't have them here. Make sure to get the ABS. I heard that tortoise, so I'm just gonna take it over here, bomb it, get rid of it, and get some ABS. These tortoises, they guard like crazy. They're so obnoxious to actually fight. There's a chance that... Oh, there's a chestnut. That's great. What we want to see. There's flamestones. There is a tour floor later, trees that we can use those on. If you have regular bombs, you could use them on the tortoises here as well. I am gonna take this opportunity to grab these chests. They're right here. One of them could be a map, but one of them is guaranteed to be loot. I didn't need to do that. There's no mimics on this floor, so that's how I knew I could get that without issue. Next up, continue onwards. This is the, was it Great Fish Swamp? Fish Monster Swamp, it's got 2 names. Just head on over first. Hop on over to Max at some point here, talk to the dude. You can talk with Monica either, it doesn't matter, but we're gonna have to be Max because we're gonna be fishing. Now, luckily, we only have to do minimal fishing. Give him that grape juice. But first things first, we're going to go into our inventory and we're going to spectrumize that Mimi. The Mimi he just gave us. That is going to give us 2 beasts. And since we're out of bait, we can speak to him again and get more. Now, spectrumize this, because we're going to need the 12 beasts from it. Put them again to get 5 Mimi, and now we're going to fish. Just use the Mimi, don't bother with prickly stuff. Sometimes you can get some weird stuff that's not great. Hopefully we don't get screwed over by fishing, but there's a chance that we don't get the Priscline on the first 2. Super rare, it's only happened to me once recently. Usually never have to worry about it, just cast your rod out and wait. You'll see the exclamation mark above Max's head. And then get it. Now just reel it in by holding X. And tap to the side. If it's a bigger fish, you're going to have to let up a bit and just tap to the side and you can see that the bar drops. Now this is a small one, so we don't have to worry about that. And being the Priscline that we need for progression, that's good. Now, about the beast, we only need 4 beasts for Monica's longsword, but we're gonna need more later anyways for the Shamshir. So we're gonna be getting 12 points, and when you break down a weapon, when you break down a weapon into a synth sphere, you get 60% of the stats rounded down, and 25% of the attack if it's going into a weaker weapon. Sorry, a stronger weapon. If it's a weaker weapon, you would get like 70, 75%, something like that, I forget. But that's not going to happen for this run, don't have to worry about that. Now, next segment, you can see the apples next to Utan. Those are only there if you don't have any in your inventory. If you did have one, you wouldn't have to run over there and grab them. Either way, it doesn't take very long, and it gives you 4, so you can sell the extra 3. But if you had one, they wouldn't be there, and you would just use that instead to fish up the King Marden. Can only get him with the poison apple, and it doesn't take very long. It's always around the same amount of time. We're going to get a picture of him. This is a scoop. Can only get it here. And then give him the pristine. The picture itself is not necessary. If you wanted like stamina drinks for some reason, then it would be, but we have a different method of obtaining stamina, so we're not going to bother with that, and they're pretty expensive to make. Head on over to the cutscene here, and make sure you do this first, otherwise you're going to be coming back. Leave, and then we're going to go to Sundane. Now we have the ability to go to the future, but we won't do that. We're going to do all of it at once later. Get a picture with the Deathark there, the grass, press the triangle, and clean up. Clean up all of the junk, not the Ferbert house and not the trees. We're going to need those down for the diorama requirements later. After cleaning all this up, we're going to go into the menu and break it down. The rocks will give us rough rocks for each one, the logs will give us rolling logs, and the grass will give us water and earth elements. Now, at this point, we do need to go into our weapon here, and I'm going to pop the Mimi into it. And then 6 rough rocks. We only need 5, but if you press R1, it's just 1 input and you get 6. We don't need the extra, so we'll just get the extra smash into it. Now, this weapon can only hold 20 attack and 19 of each other thing. And if you have 4 antidotes, do that, because we need 7 points of scale if I go. Let me see. Yeah. Because we're going to need it to be 4 when rounded. Or if you didn't get any extras, you would have. If you still had the 2 and didn't have to sell them from earlier, you do that, and 1 Sea Dragon crystal. You are guaranteed to have 1. Monica gives us some crystals earlier. Again, if you have 4 of these, just do 4. But again, to reiterate, if you still had the 2 from the beginning and you didn't have extras, you would just do 2 and then 1 of these. So you need 7 points at least of scale. Now don't upgrade it and head to Palm Brinks. There's a chance you can skip this, but yeah. If you upgrade that, build it up to the drill wrench, you're going to have to get it to +5 and break it down, and that's going to suck. Now, we don't have a wrench. You could obtain one in a chest. If you do, in Chapter 2, you can get one. You would not have to do this. You would just skip this. But if we do have to go here, we'll get some pictures, get the show window, the gold store, weapon, and the Iron Maiden. Speak to Melaine and buy a wrench. If for some reason you didn't have any antidote drinks at all, right? You had nothing with scale, just go to Morton's and buy them. Also, the reason we need this wrench is because we are going to be breaking this down, but not yet. And of course, we need to have a weapon to replace it. With that being said, we can now go to Fish Monster Swamp. You could opt to go to Sundane Station before this, but doing it this way gives Eric a little bit more time to recharge on his points. So there's a chance, if like your first segment was bad, where you get through, and then he's got like 61 points remaining or something, 62.
Hey, you're back.
And it's like, well, crap, I'm gonna miss some bombs. But you can do this method to get a bit more energy. Take a picture of Master Uten for a scoop, and head on through. And then we're just gonna leave real quick. Doing it this way does give an extra load screen. I guess 2 extra load screens, but it's better for Eric's energy. Again, you can opt to do this part here earlier on, right before you go back to Fish Monster Swamp if you wanted. Add Eric to the party here, make some bombs, we've got 2 sets ready, that's great. And then go add Cedric again. And with this, we're done with the first segment here. Pretty good, we got all we needed really, our weapon's even ready. And with that, you'll just go to the dungeon, go to Rainbow Butterfly, and progress. Next up, we have the latter part of the dungeon. That's going to be 6 floors here. And this is the final floor. We won't be going into here until we do all our diorama stuff. And the side path here is for chapter 6. We don't have to worry about that yet. As for the enemies, we're going to have some pumpkin heads, some tours, pixies on a blue seal floor. This means we have max only. If we die with him, it's a game over. But we can deal with it. Guillemos, they're a bit tanky, but they're easy to stun lock. And then Hunter Foxes, which are hard, but die very easily. And then we have a white seal floor at the end, which means you cannot heal outside of using a magic fountain on the floor. So we have to make sure that we are fully healed up going into that floor. And then we have the G's here, which just means geostones. You know, that gives you either conditions for progression or stuff that you can build in the town. More moles here if we needed the carrot. We have a carrot though. We have our exit there. Yeah, if you needed the not that you need it, but if you see a pumpkin head swing his pitchfork, you can get the picture there if necessary, if you have the opportunity. Here's some mimics here. At the end, I'll post like a little screenshot of my spreadsheet that shows which floors have mimics and how many at the end of the video. The pink dot on the map here is the geostone. If we have the magic crystal, it'll show us where it's at. We're going to need it for every floor except for the final floor here. It's pretty easy to remember which ones you need. Later on we'll need less and less. It's just right now we are introduced to this mechanic, so we're going to pick up a bunch of stuff. My weapon's already +5, which is much higher than normal, so I'm not going to grab any ABS, whereas normally you would be. And then once your weapon is done, you'd actually just be killing with Monica. But since it's not really the norm, I'm going to just do it with Max here, because that's what I'm used to having to do. I know I have some flame stones, so I'm going to use those. If we didn't have our toy picture, we could get it here, of course. Oh, first enemy. Good, good. However, we do need the stone. there's like the option where you could opt to like, okay, go to the exit, like say the exit was just right here, and then come back for the stone and leave the floor, but usually that just ends up taking longer because the loading, well, stone's right here anyways, so there we go. That's what a pretty good floor looks like. Next up is the pixie floor here. We need to be careful to make sure not to die. They don't hit too hard. Just be careful when they're stamina'd. They do fly, so we're going to need to knock them out of the air. Luckily, Max's charge attack will easily do that. Just remember, if you die as Max here, it is a game over. If the enemy drops a Georama element, the yellow and red circle, then we're going to grab it. My weapon's already ready, so I don't want to grab that ABS. I get it. I guess I'll get it anyways. I don't want to sit here and waste time. Be careful with the Prajnas. Their spit can poison and cause thirst, so if you don't have any water, and there's no magic fountain around, you're not going to have anywhere to get rid of that, and you won't be able to heal because of thirst. So we do not mess around the Prajnas. I don't want to have them together. Okay. You can deflect the fire, but it's not worth it. I mean, I don't want the ABS because then my weapon's +6. And if it's +6, then it's going to take more ABS. Not ABS, more synthesis points from the longsword to put it into it. Which at +2 would be fine, but when it comes time to put the diamond and dark coin in, you would have to wait to do one of them. We're gonna get rid of this guy. Two, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just repeat. Be ready to react if they guard. The guard is, of course, random. So I want to make sure that we are ready if that happens. Okay, we still need the stone. I'm gonna check real quick. How many did I get? Okay. I don't know how many light elements I had, but we do need 3 light elements, and if these pixies drop them, you want to make sure to grab them, because that saves 60 each, so 180 gilda saved really helps out. Oops. Especially because this chapter is, again, so heavy on money. It's like the tightest for money, really. And now that the pixie floor is done, we can now break down our weapon. We don't need a weapon anymore. That's why we have that battle wrench. We're just going to equip the battle wrench. And spectrumize this. We don't need to put anything else into it. We already put everything we needed in earlier. So at this point, I'm going to swap over to Monica. We can take that bread as well. Once the longsword is at +2, we're gonna put the true Brad Orange in. We're not gonna have enough points until we're at +2 to use it. And so now we are on the hunt. The Gumos, they're gonna take a little bit. We're just gonna stun lock them. And again, I grab the Geostone when we find it. There's gonna be 2 exits. We're gonna pay attention to which is which. We can't go on the star path yet, so just the sun path. As you can see, that is the star path. We don't need that one. We need the one in the top left after we get the stone. We can see that the Geostone is behind the door already, so that's a nice thing. That's a nice thing. You can't see the enemies, but you can see the stone. We are going to try to make sure that our weapon is upgraded to +2 by the end of this dungeon, ideally. Oh, we got a guard, that's fine. If I see a group of enemies together, I'll bomb them. I could have considered it on the prior floor. There were some groups there. That probably would have been smarter, really. Okay, a dark coin, interesting. Super rare. If you get that, you would want to pop that into here right away. But that's not normal to have. So we're just gonna just pretend I didn't get that, I guess. That's super rare. I wouldn't don't rely on that ever. But yeah, if you did happen to get that, you would just want to put it in right away. If you got it in Chapter 1, you'd put it in the Battle Wrench, because the Battle Wrench would then go into the sword and it transfers the properties of the weapon into it. So it would get the darkness effect because the Battle Wrench had the darkness effect. The darkness, you do more damage by sapping some of your own life, so you do have to be careful and pay attention to your health when using your attacks, but it's absolutely worth it. I didn't fully heal, but I didn't really need to there. If you're not talking, if you can remember to fully heal, you probably should before entering here, but it's not a big deal. We do not need that stone. Curious if this would be enough ABS. I want the ABS here. Oh. For a weapon. Okay. Now that weapon is +2. We're gonna just put that in here right away. A weapon, when it goes to +1, takes a certain amount of ABS depending on the weapon, and when it goes to +2, it takes the same amount. But after that, it starts to take more and more ABS to increase in levels. We're gonna build it up to the Bastard Sword. And again, if you happen to have a Darkness coin, you just put it in. But for now, the normal thing is just build it up to Bastard Sword, and that's it. That's risky. I'm gonna open that with max. Two. I'm actually gonna throw one into the other here. And we're gonna see that these are going to drop real quick now. Assuming they don't randomly guard. We don't really have to worry about the ABS from them, because as you can see, that was 2 enemies, and that was not like a ton. Okay, but it's not a ton. But with that, we are now out through the dungeon. Hopefully we have enough money. And we have our weapon up to the Bastard Sword as intended. And we have all the geostones. If you're worried, you're like, oh my god, did I get a geostone? I'm not sure, whatever. Well, you can just use, you can check here, or you can check in the move menu. You can see it says you got a geostone. And if you didn't get it, it would say the geostone fell. But with that, we're just gonna head out. If you didn't have to head out early, which you shouldn't have to, then you'll get this cutscene now. This plays after you get a geostone. To actually progress and do the georama stuff, even though we do need all the georama stuff, but the geostone necessary for progression is the one with the Gumos, the split path with the star path on it. The one with the 5 Gumos. Open the menu, and that geostone in particular says that Gordon resides in Sindane, and that is when you unlock recruitment, which we're going to go into the 2 different recruitment routes that you need to know. One of them is the more common, which is when you have the Chestnut, and then of course we have the backup strat. Right there, Gordon resides in Sindane. You need that in order to get this next cutscene. Right here. And with that, you will head on over to Sindane Station. And we are going to go to Eric first. Things first. You want to make sure that, I already know that my brass sword is healed, but you want to make sure that this has some durability, because I may as well do the bastard sword while we're at it, because to get past the boss, we're going to be shooting magic. Grab Eric, make the 2 sets of bombs, and then you also want to send him back. That way, when we're doing recruitment, he is recharging. Head on over to the back cart. We're going to talk to Conda, and we're going to get some stuff for Georama. Speak to him, and here we go. Here we are, ready for our first big shopping segment. We're going to focus on the first part, which will be if you have the Chestnut. This is the normal outcome, about 1 in 5, 1 in 6 of the time. You're not going to have it, so usually you'll have this during your runs. In which case, we're going to focus on the left side here. I put both on here because we are going to go over the backup later. The Chestnut side here costs 2450 gilda. If you add all this up together, you'll see that it actually costs more, but we broke down some stuff earlier with a diorama, the rocks, logs, and grass, so we saved some elements and some money. With that being said, first things first, we need some money, so we're going to sell extra things like our weapons, any crystals, good source of money. Try to keep power crystals if you can. If you're desperate, you'll sell them, but otherwise you don't need them. We don't need gunpowder, we don't need bones, anything that's not on the list essentially. We only need 3 light elements. We'd never need chill elements, and we're only going to need 2 wind elements here. Paint, we can sell anything, but ideally you keep red, blue, and green if you get it. We need purple as well. We need 10 red, blue, green for chapter 4, 10 purple for chapter 4, and 10 purple for chapter 3, but we are guaranteed to get 20 purple paint anyways, covering that. So just these 3 colors, you can save a bit of money if you have them. We don't need poison apples. Cherries are nice if you get hit by stop. If you need to, you can sell it. Stamina drinks don't really have any use until chapter 5 and on for bosses. So don't be afraid to sell them if you have to. It's nice to keep for later, but you can sell them. The carrot, if you happen to have it here from chapter 2, then you're going to need to hold on to that for POW later to not sell this. There's no reason you should be desperate enough to sell that. And we need to make sure we keep something we can put on the fishing rod for the beginning of chapter 3, whether it's a cherry, the carrot, a mimi, whatever. You're guaranteed to have at least a mimi though for it. And we'll go over why when we get there. It'll be for a glitch. Ideally, we hold on to bombs. You can sell them if you get desperate. It's nice to have them to use for later, but there's no point if you can't even get to that point. So if you have to sell them, you can do so. Just try to keep as many as you can. Try not to sell them. It's like a last resort. So we need our 69 logs, nice. Our 20 bundles of hay, our 2 cloth, 2 sugarcane, 11 of the forest dew, 10 metal, 2 silver balls, 1 hunk of copper, 3 light elements, 8 earth. We need like 20, let me see. Yeah, like 20 water elements, 20 or 24. I forget the exact amount, but because of Conda earlier on, he gives us 20. When we go to do a diorama, there's like a cutscene there, and we skipped it, of course, and he gives us some water, and we just need 20. 15 for the rivers and 5 for the trees. And then we need our 2 wind elements. Now the wind, the metal, and the silver balls are going to be for making a bell trigger. The sturdy cloth and the hunk of copper are going to be for Dell, and we're going to need a thick hide as well, which we're about to go get. If you have a thick hide from a chest earlier, then you won't need to bother with going into Morton's here. But since we don't have that here on this file, we're going to pop it over to here, and we're just going to buy one. You gotta have this for Adele, and we need Adele for chapter 2 recruitment. Chapter 2 progression. Switch over to maps. We're going to take some pictures here. This parasol, this table, the bench, the manhole, the river, drawbridge, and traffic light. Now it's to note the time. For some reason it was getting closer to nighttime, which daytime is 7 a.m. until 8:30 p.m. If it was getting closer to like, I don't know, like 4 p.m. or something, you could go down to options and slow down the time. It's more like you need to be more familiar with the runs and stuff, but it's so that we can get Claire. If you can get Claire now, it's good. Otherwise, you'll get her later. There's like a weird period of time where you won't be able to get either one, but it's super rare to get that timing. And if you know the timing well enough, you can adjust it to normal speed to fix it and make sure you get her. But that being said, we need to do recruitment. Now, we're going to do the left side here. This is the normal, and I'll show the backup later. We have to get Gordon first. You cannot recruit anyone until you have recruited him. Then the game opens up a bit more. And then we'll pick up Rosa if daytime, which is again 7 a.m. until 8:30 p.m. She is optional, but she gives anti-stop amulets, which helps with safety and is faster. And we need them or cherries for Griffon at the end of the game because they inflict stop with his attacks on phase 3. So Rosa is really nice to have. Not the end of the world. You can use cherries. It's just quite a bit more dangerous at the end of the run. Adele, we need for Chapter 2 progression, Ferdinand for Chapter 3 progression, which we have the Chestnut to get him, Gerald for Chapter 5 progression, which will pick him up since we're there, and Claire if daytime, which there is another recruitment segment later, which we can get Claire if need be. Now, continuing on here, we would just go forward if we had holy water, but since we don't have it, we have a backup. If you got it as a drop off bats or night stalkers, or a face of progeny, which you should probably not fight, they're very dangerous. They can cause poison and thirst at the same time. Then you would have it though. But if you don't have it, you just bite out Bruno here. It's about a 30-second time loss, not a big deal. You'll lose way more than that on different floors in the dungeon. And then we will just continue on over to Max's house and grab a few pictures as we go. We're going to get the fence, the bridge, and the gate here, which is a different picture. We're now going to go in and we're going to store our pictures, and do not mash through this. When it asks us to get rid of them, we say yes, so that we can keep the useless pictures, the Himara. This is going to be for getting Claire early. If you can't get her here, you won't need this. You'll have the Lefrasia's son to get her for a picture, because she needs a picture of a flower, and this counts. To get a picture of the tree, we'll talk to Gordon here, and we'll give him that holy water. Again, he is necessary for Chapter 2 progression, and of course allowing you to recruit other characters. Once inside here, we're going to get a picture of the fountain. We need this for a few things. We're even going to need it in Chapter 5 for an invention. And then some points of stuff for, some pictures of stuff for points, like that piano, this palm tree. Talk to Rosa, if it's daytime. And we say, let's go together. Now you can see it right up top in between the quotes, what it says. And what if you accidentally press the wrong thing? Well, not a big deal. We can just press backspace on here. Don't forget the period. And there we go. She's in the party. Continuing on, we'll now grab this light picture just for points again. You can see that the pictures I take are very, very quick here. We're going to mash through Adele's dialogue on the second segment. We're going to press up. Here we have these. That gives her the thick hide, sturdy cloth, and hunk of copper. Get a picture of the fireplace. Just press down. So from here, you just hold down and take a picture. That gets you the phone. The phone is going to be used for the bell trigger in a second, but we're not going to do inventing yet, because we need to make sure we go back in here and talk to Adele again to recruit her. She's not recruited until you come back in here. Early on, it's very easy to forget and just continue on. And that's why we want to make sure we do our menu that we're about to do afterwards, so we don't forget. It's pretty easy to like do all your menu in here and then just continue on with the game. So if you go out and then go right back in, you'll remember. And you know you got her if you have the green overalls, of course. So at this point, we're going to go into the make menu. We need to make two different things. We're going to make the bell trigger, which is tree, fountain, and phone. Or rather, we're going to invent it. And then we're going to invent the aquarium, which is going to be the fountain. Go up to our ideas to invent, because we stored the window and wooden box earlier. We're not going to make that yet. We'll make it in Chapter 4. The main reason being that we need as much money as possible in Chapter 2, so we don't want to try to go out of the way with this. Now you can do like fish duping to make up for it, but it's really slow. Now make the bell trigger. That is going to be for bypassing the requirements of recruiting Gerald in a second. There's a picture of this drawer, the stove, the ladder, the pot, and the fish. Talk to Ferdinand. We're going to give him that chestnut. But before we leave, we now need to go pick up Gerald. Unfortunately, he is on the other side of the building here. Now he's going to give us a trumpet gun and say that he wants to build it up to a bell trigger. And that's, if we do that, he'll join us. Well, we can bypass that by just making the bell trigger. It's the same thing with Melaine. She wants you to build up a Gladius to a weapon 2 tiers above it, and you can bypass that by just buying one later. Now I'll get a picture of the rifle and deer horn here for some more points, Elena's portrait and the bed, and then talk to Gerald. He gives the trumpet gun. We're going to talk to him again because we have the bell trigger, and that's it. But since it's daytime, we're going to go to the station. If it was night, we would just go to Sundane and do a Georama. But since it's daytime, we're going to pick up Claire now. Go to Palm Brinks. And that's going to take you outside the station doors here, because he went to the station, then Palm Brinks. And around here, get this bar picture for points. And the cafe sign there, and talk to Claire. And since we have the Himara picture, we can get her early and not have to worry about it. She's here from 7 a.m. until 8:30 p.m. At nighttime, she's in her house next to Max's house, upstairs in the first room. And after Chapter 3, she would be there all day. She becomes Hikikomori, shut in. I don't know why, what she went through, but she's always there, and we want to make sure to get her before then. It's faster. Head on over to Sundane. We're going to do some Georama in a second here. For that list is pretty simple. We need a straw house, 15 wooden fences, a wooden house, 5 thorn trees, 15 rivers, and the 2 eye trees and the nose tree for Deathark. If we're doing the poly backup, which I'll show later, it's one more wooden house and a cart, and that's it. It's very easy. We try to be very minimal here. So we'll make the straw house, we'll make the 15 fences. The wooden house are 5 thorn trees, the Deathark trees, and 15 rivers. We're going to place the straw house kind of near the Furbet house, somewhere around this area, the wooden house behind it, just so you can get in. Grab the wooden fences. Now, these are important because we need 15 wooden houses going around the Furbet house, which means it doesn't have to be around it. They can just be slapped on next to it, and that's going to be for the Elder Deathark branch. And a system, I guess, to explain real quick is the culture points. We're going to need 30 for progression, 40 with the poly backup, but it's very easy to get. And you can see we're at 20. If we placed a fence, you will see that we are now at 22. So it's going to give 1 point to each building. So yeah, we're going to place the 15 fences. You're going to press square to have the magnet off, so we can just slap them down. And as you can see, we have 45 coaches, so we have plenty. And you'll know if they're close enough to the Furbet house if that light next to the question marks under Elder Deathark's branches restored is lit up. Let's say, for example, you can see here, it's not. Now, what if we had our other one. What if the fence was there? Well, it's not close enough, see? So we have to actually make sure that we have it in a decently close range to it. So it's not bad to check. You'll learn with time if it's close enough or not. Continuing on, we need to place our 5 thorn trees somewhere. It doesn't matter, just anywhere. Grab the eye trees. And for this, we need to have the nose tree in between the eye trees. You can have them going horizontal as well if you want. This is just how I do it. And then we need a river tree adjacent to all the parts. A river tree? Sorry. We need the rivers to be adjacent to each one of the parts. So we're just going to slap down some rivers. They don't even need to connect, for example. But we do need to make sure that we have some of them adjacent to each of the parts. And with that being said, we now have all 15 placed. Get a picture of the nose and one of the eyes. We're going to put Adele and Gordon in. It doesn't matter the order here. On NMG, any percent, the any percent variant, you would do Adele then Gordon to skip a text box, and that's it. And now we're going to go to the future. And we have to go here 3 times. Grab a miracle chest, grab a mushroom picture. We're going to store that now, actually. We're going to store it because we need the fountain in there and the mushroom. And we can delete everything. We don't need any more pictures in there. Head on back. You don't have to press start and triangle. You can just mash X. And we're going to go back to the future the second time. Out of 3 visits. Now, the reason why we need 3 visits is there's a cutscene on the third one where the NPCs will actually appear. The NPC that we need to talk to is not there yet. And I'll show that real quick. But first, we get a picture of the tailor shop and Deathark. But as we can see, the shopkeep is not there yet. Head on up. This is Outer Drake's branch. We did this so that we didn't have to buy the golden paint for 1,000. Get a picture of the egg and get the free golden paint. We need a lot of money this chapter. It's too much to have to get that golden paint. Usually. If we had to, we'd end up having to like sell our improved bombs, and we actually need to use them. As opposed to any percent where you have the Ridepod to carry you. And now we're going back for our third and final time for this segment. We'll have to come back later for story progression, but that's it. And at this point, we're going to have a little bit of shopping. Oops, I talked to Deathark. Continue to grab the chests. And our menu is pretty small here. We picked up some wind crystals that we can sell. We need to get the Himara badge for Monster Transform. And we need 2 dark coins. These are only sold here until you recruit Donnie. It also only sells the indestructible coin until Donnie is recruited, but we can get that later off Julia. We have to get these 2 dark coins here. You have to be able to afford them here. Otherwise, you would have to come back later, and that's awful. It's a big, big time loss to have to come back here. The third line we can see here with the chestnut and carrot, if early poly backup, and we'll go over that when we get there. One of these darkness coins is going to be for our weapon, and one of them for Donnie. So we're going to need 3,500. So we buy the Himara badge. We can sell the gun, we can sell the coveralls, and we want to have as close to 0 gilded remaining as possible because we're about to lose half of it. As long as we don't lose a ton of money. Like, I can sell these wind crystals, but there'd be no point. It's 300, I'd lose 150 of it because we're about to leave the dungeon in a second. Once we go in. So again, you need the 2 dark coins. We can get the indestructible coin later. We have the golden paint that we got for free, and we bought the Himara badge. Grab the rest of the chests. And this one, be careful. We're about to hit a cutscene trigger. It's a little bit quicker if you can grab it before it. If you weren't able to grab that fruit and you're, oh crap, I triggered the cutscene. Well, not a big deal, just run over here and grab it. And then we're going to leave the dungeon. I'm sorry, leave the future, go back to the past. Here we are at the shopping again. This will be for the other route for this chapter. That'll be early poly, which means that we have no chestnut, so we have to get poly in order to buy it from Deathark Mall, so we got to get it early. The other route will recruit poly regardless, just more of a beginner-friendly thing to do, and this will lose like a minute and a half as opposed to that. But if you get faster and faster times, you want to skip poly altogether, in which case this will lose like 3 minutes 20 as opposed to that. So yeah, as you get better and better and better times, you won't want to be taking a run like this. You'll want to, outside of like a marathon run or something, so you would be doing the other route every time. However, I'll be showing this backup regardless. In this case, we are going to sell some stuff here real quick. I'm just going to blow through this because we already covered what to sell and what not to sell. And the shopping is a little bit different here. We're going to need a little bit more money on the right, as we can see here. Now, this does mean that we can get a garnet in Deathark Mall, but we'll have to sell it, and some of that money will go towards buying the chestnut and the carrot if we did not have that already. Of course, here we do have it, but you would buy it there if you didn't have it yet. just to make sure that there's no carrot memes where, oh my god, I'm going to get POW in chapter 5 and I don't have it. Which is very rare, but it happens. In this case, we're going to need some more logs, another cloth, some glass. Make sure to note that difference, that you need to pick up some glass here. A couple metal and another wind element, and this is for the cart, because we're going to have a cart and another house for Polly. So we'll be getting our 91 logs, our 20 bundles of hay, our 3 cloth, our 2 glass, our 4 cane, 11 dew, 12 metal, 2 silver balls, 1 hunk of copper. We have the 3 light elements, our 8 earth. We always have enough water elements, never have to worry about that, and we have the 3 wind elements. In this case, we are now going to do our recruitment. But to get a dhow, again, we need to have 1 sturdy cloth, 1 hunk of copper, and 1 thick hide. We don't have the thick hide here. Didn't get any in chests, so we're going to buy it. Usually you'll have it. It's kind of rare that you don't get one from a chest, but not a big deal. Just go in there and get it. We'll switch over to Max. Now the recruitment will be on the right side this time. Again, you have to get Gordon before anyone else, which sucks because it would be nice to start Polly's quest now. It'd be much faster. And then Rosa if daytime, and then Adele, and that'll be everything like normal. But after that, we can't get Ferdinand because we don't have the Chestnut yet. And since we're going to have to go back to get Ferdinand anyways, we'll pick up Gerald then. Instead of running back through the manor, it's a small optimization. So we'll be picking up Ferdinand and Gerald later. And then after Adele, we'll be going to talk to Donnie and dig for a scoop to get the diamond, which you would normally do right before chapter 3. But in this case, we're going to do it now, after Adele. That way, it gives us a quick way back to Palm Brinks. So then we go to Palm Brinks and we'll start near Polly and Morton, pretty much. So then we'll go to Polly, Morton's house, Claire if daytime, otherwise skip, and then Morton and Polly. And so I'm going to blow through this real quick until we get to Adele, because it's all going to be the same up until that point. At this point, I would recommend getting these pictures now. So we'll get the drawer, the stove, ladder, pot, and fish. The light, and the reason why is because it'll let us get the Explorer hat early for a little bit extra money for selling. Otherwise, money would be even tighter because again, we have to have a lot of money to begin with this chapter, but now we're going to need even more money for the Polly route, because we're trying to buy an extra house and a cart for Polly. So we want to increase that photography level a little bit earlier. Since now we're going to head down to the underground channel. And we can start this quest now, or later, it doesn't matter, but we're going to go down to dig for a scoop. We'll grab the diamond in the hat. The diamond we will keep and the hat we'll sell. Do not accidentally sell anything to him. You can, and you won't get the money for it. At this point now we're going to do our inventing, which is again the tree, fountain, and our phone. which it pictures in a bit of a different order here than normal. You can make this now, but you might accidentally sell it, so I would suggest waiting. So we'll make that aquarium, which will end up actually creating later in chapter 4 again. So we'll wait on making the bell trigger. You don't want to accidentally sell it, because again, we're doing later recruitment for Gerald. And we already grabbed the stuff from Donnie, so now we're going to go to Palm Springs. You would just have to start inventing these at some point, not before you get Gerald. It doesn't matter when. Head on over to Polly. Talk to her as Max, say be my friend. And we are given the 20 crunchy bread, which is great, except of course we can't use it yet. We now need to talk to Morton. And then we'll go over to Morton's house, and then afterwards, if it's daytime, which it is, we would go to Claire. However, for the sake of this tutorial, I will be showing the later Claire recruitment, because I already showed the earlier Claire on the normal no Chestnut route, which normally you would end up picking up Claire during this segment on the route anyways. So I'll just show what to do here. And of course you would go to the train station for Claire, and then you go grab her, and then you run over to Morton's from there. But since we're doing the later Claire, we're just going to run backwards, and then to Morton's and Polly's, and we will be done recruiting her. And that is the early Polly backup, and that will enable us to buy the Chestnut when we go to Jurek Mall. It'll make it so that the bakery there is restored. And this also has the benefit, of course, of giving us the crunchy bread. So now we're going to head to Sundane. Our diorama is going to be the same as before, but we're going to make an extra wooden house and a cart. So again, you'll just head up. And then our diorama, again, is the straw house, the 15 wooded fences, the wooden house, the 5 thorn trees, the rivers, and the eye trees and nose tree. And then, since we're doing the Polly backup, we'll make the one more wooden house and the cart. And in this case, we need 40 culture points, but again, we're easily going to have enough, so don't worry about it. Like that, like these, 2 of them. My cart is right there. Our 5 trees. R1, just go down to here, do the Jurek parts, and the 15 rivers. And again, we're just going to build closely. We'll just pop this here, and we'll just pop this kind of diagonally. We'll pop these down, turn the magnet off, make sure it's close enough to the Furbitt's house. You can just do 2 stacks here. The cart, somewhere near one of the houses, and as you can see, we have way more points than we need, 62. Pop down the thorn trees. The nose tree between the eyes, of course. And then get these rivers down. Again, the rivers, you have to have some of them adjacent to the trees for Jurek. Was my building over a bit? It was. That's okay. This will work regardless. And things are a bit over than normal, but that is okay. We're going to pop Adele, into there, and we'll get Aunt Polly and Gordon down as well. Ideally, you do Gordon after Aunt Polly so you don't get an extra text box. And then we head to the future, and we're just going to fast forward to the 3rd set where things will change. Alrighty, we're back here. As you can see, there is another building here, which is the sandwich shop, I guess. It's supposed to be the bakery. We can take a picture of this since it's right there, may as well. Grab the fruit, grab the garment, and again, we're going to need to shop here. This is going to be mainly the same, except we're going to have again, the Hamara badge, the dark coin for our weapon, the darkness coin for Donnie, and we'll get the indestructible coin later. But we're going to be going up that ladder and getting a chestnut and carrot, and that's it. Pretty simple. So we're going to sell everything. If you did make the bell trigger already, do not sell it. Make sure you don't sell it. We have our 2 darkness coins and the Himara badge, and of course we grab the golden paint for Parn. So we now go up here, we'll get that chestnut, and if we didn't have a carrot, we would buy it here for 80 gilda. Come on. And you can see it's right there for 300, and if you needed it, you would just get that. And then we climb back down, we're going to grab the miracle chest. And then head on out, and that'll be the difference between the 2 routes until we get to the next recruitment recruitment segment, which is right before chapter 3. We got metaphor in the brain, apparently. Continuing on here, does not matter if it's the normal route or the backup with for the chestnut. What we have to do here on is we're going to use our upgrades, and these need to go on Monica, so you either select Monica or you go over to her and you mash them out. We use the witch parfaits. Our seed goes in slot 1, so we can use it right away. The slot 2 will be empty, and the gold paint in slot 3. Go to the rainbow butterfly wood. We're going to go to the first floor because we need to get the sap. So we need to talk to a Himara as a Himara, and there's 8 Himara here. So we're just going to run around. Don't bother with chests, don't bother with anything. Just run around, find the Himara, and hopefully it's not really far away and you have to go through like a giant spiral, which has happened to me before. Yeah, we'll just go to like the biggest rooms we can see. We can hear them if we get near them. And here they are. Go into the menu. Monster transform, choose the Himara, and press square and talk to them. If you press X, you might accidentally do the spin attack and knock them down, and you don't want to do that because then they have to get up and it wastes time. And now we're just going to leave the dungeon and lose half our money. That's why we ended our shopping with as little money as possible so we don't lose that much. And back in the station here, we're just going to run right back in. We're going to go to the final floor. Head on over to the little pool here, the pond, and press square, and we can just keep pressing X because the seed is right there. Again, we put it in the first slot, and we know because the second slot was empty that now it's going to be the sap. So we just use the seed, then the sap. Switch over to max so we can get a picture here. If you had, if you have to get the later Claire recruitment, then you'll use this picture to do so. Head on up. Skip this. I think my weapon's actually damaged. Normally, Max's weapon wouldn't be, but it does not matter who we use here. Can't skip the cutscene until this part with Monica. And then normally I would just go hit these with Max, but I believe my weapons are damaged. It has to be a weapon that's not damaged, so in this case I'm just going to use Monica. Smacky. If we're fast, we're going to get bubble attacks, and we'll move around the side of it. If we're slow, we'll get a laser and not have to worry about getting hit at all. And once that happens, we're going to start charging our magic from the middle. It's not a big deal if you don't start charging it right away, just a little bit quicker. And of course, this is a gimmick fight, so we have to hit each butterfly in color order. So it's going to be red, orange, yellow, green, the light blue there, the dark blue, and then the purple. These get mad if you are near them and you press L1, for example, and they'll shoot you. Of course, we can just unload and try to hit them. It's not a big deal. But the idea is you go into the middle, then you see the cursor and you let go. Go into the middle, see the cursor, let go. Middle, cursor, let go. And there is a backup if your bracer is damaged. Try to make sure it's repaired before coming in, because I've had to do the backup in like even a marathon recently, and it sucks. You have to go up to the blue, and then you have to be close enough to where we can heal. Be close enough to where you can smack it. So like, see, you can hit it with the weapon, but obviously that is slower than just shooting it. The any % version where you can use the Ridepod, you just shoot it with the barrel cannon, and it's much easier. And then we just leave the dungeon, and I'm going to fast forward all through this until we get to the recruitment segment. This is going to be just some story stuff. We have to go back to the future stuff, and then we talk to Cedric and progress. At this point, we're going to swap over to Max. Take a picture of Lynn's house, the torch. We're going to pop on into the inside here. And, of course, we need to get Dr. Dell at some point for Lynn for progression. So we're going to do some more recruitment. Get a picture of this dresser first, this candle. And then head on over to Palm Brinks. Now, our recruitment is going to be right here on the left side. This is the Chestnut version, the normal version. We're going to, I'm going to include Polly for the crunchy bread for this tutorial, but when you get better, you can drop all the Polly stuff. In which case you would go Parn, Bruno, Dr. Dow, Donnie, Claire if you didn't have yet, Cindy and Jeroma stuff, cleanup. But since we're doing the Polly stuff, we're going to do Polly, Morton, Parn, Morton's house, Bruno, Dr. Dow, Donnie, come back up, Morton, Polly, Claire if we didn't have yet, but we have her, and Cindy and Ginorama stuff. And don't worry, I'm about to show it visually if that confuses you. So we head on over to Polly, we speak to her with Max. We're going to get the 20 crunchy bread that we cannot use yet. That's a shame, really, because like if you could use it, you could just skip the rest of this. Over to Morton's. And now we have to pick a Parn, because Parn is going to be for Chapter 3 progression. Along with Bruno, Dr. Dow to start it, and of course we got Ferdinand already. And get a picture of his studio sign, just for some points. Head on inside, we're going to get 3 pictures here. We're going to get the figure, the cloth here, and some paints. Talk to him. Now, if you didn't get the crunchy bread, the paint would be in the first slot, but since we did pick up the crunchy bread, as again, this is going to be a more safer version of the run tutorial, the golden paint will be in slot 2. If you didn't rearrange your inventory, don't worry about it, just select the golden paint. It doesn't matter that much. But luckily, with Parn comes Julia, very important. For her ability to stun, which is going to be used at the very end of the run during the boss rush and against the final boss. But also she sells the indestructible coin. indestructible coin is there until we recruit Donnie. And we need that to get him. So we're going to go up this ladder here for a nice little money save. It's going to be 20 purple paint, which is the exact amount we need for the run. That'll save us 600 gilda. We need 10 in chapter 3 and 10 in chapter 4. And it takes longer to get 600 gilda usually than it does to climb up that. Head on over to Morton's house. And we saw the note. So now we can continue on. We'll go over to the church. We have to do a little puzzle. We're going to just interact with 4 different candles. When you interact with one, it puts out the adjacent candles plus the one you interacted with. So we're going to do the corner. We're going to go over and up one. Basically like an L shape. And of course over and up one, and then into the final corner. And then we talk to Bruno twice. So we're going to talk to him to get the quest, and then we're going to talk to him to recruit him. If you mash X, you'll accidentally go into a shop. Not a big deal. Just back out. And we have a picture here, which is the rug. And now we have to go all the way over to where the lake is. One benefit of doing the poly quest is that if like your timing was weird and you didn't get Claire earlier, and oh my god, it's nighttime here too, let's just say it was night, well, we wouldn't be able to get Claire yet, but because of doing the poly quest, we'll be spending more time. Get a picture of the monument, the pier, and Dr. Dell's sign. And because we spend more time, that would give time would progress, and then there'd be a very good chance that it'd be daytime and we could pick up Claire. Dr. Dow, we're going to go to the water channel. If you... I'll show the poly recruitment as well. The backup. I showed it, but the no Chestnut / poly route backup. I'm used to calling it the poly route because that's what we referred to it as. We'll grab the quest real quick. It doesn't matter if you do it now or later. We dig for a scoop. We'll grab the diamond. The hat can be grabbed whenever. We'll just grab it now to sell. The diamond is really important though. It's going to be going in Monica's weapon. Head on over to Palm Branks. That's going to take us back up, and we'll see we're at the manhole. So we talk to Morton. Again, because we saw the note on his house, and so it's like, oh crap, okay, we'll go talk to him. And then we go over to Polly, and that finishes out the quest. Now, if you didn't have Claire at this point, we would then go to the station like we did earlier. We'd go to the station, we'd go outside of it, and then we'd recruit her. But we have her. So instead, what we're going to do now, we're going to head to Sindane. And why are we doing this? We don't need to do this. Why are we doing this? Well, it's simple. We want to save money. And we don't have to open as many chests if we just clean up. So we're going to clean up the trees. We're going to use these later, actually. We're recycling these to use later. The houses. These fences. These are going to be for us getting culture points in chapter 3 and 4. And it's faster to pick them up than to get the money to make new stuff. Kind of annoying to pick up, but once you do it a little bit, you'll be used to it. Pick up everything else. Essentially, we pick up everything except for the Ferbet house. You can't break down the Ferbet house, so we don't care about that. And you can't bring it outside of Sindane. Some Georama items are locked to their location. So we're now going to break down everything but the fences and the trees. So the straw house, the wooden house, the Jurak trees, and the 15 rivers. And with that, we're now going to go back to Balance Valley to progress the story. The camera loves to move automatically there. Head on inside and do the story triggers, and then the chapter is going to switch over, and then I'm going to show the other route, the no Chestnut / poly backup.
Sage of the Stars.
Here we are, ready for the pre-Chapter 3 recruitment, the second recruitment segment. In this case, since we don't have the Chestnut, we're going to be looking at the right side. We already grabbed Polly. So we're going to head over to Parn, get Parn and Julia. Then from there, we're going to go to Max's. We're going to get Gerald and Ferdinand. And then we're going to go to the train station, get Claire if we don't have her. In this case, I'm going to be demonstrating that. And then from there, regardless if we get Claire or not, during this part, we're going to go to Sindane and do the Giorama cleanup, and then we'll come back to Pombrinks and go to Priest Bruno and Dr. Dell. The reason being that we don't want to have to run out of Max's house. We want to teleport somewhere and come back, so we may as well go do that Giorama cleanup now. And so we will head over this way. And at this point, since I'm going to be heading to Gerald anyways, we may as well go into our make menu and make that bell trigger that we didn't do earlier. And we waited so that we wouldn't sell it. Grab that picture. Now we didn't want to sell that on accident. Of course, it means you have to not sell the mats, but I would hope you wouldn't do that. Get the figure, the cloth, and the paints, and then talk to Parn. We're going to give him that golden paint. But yeah, just make sure you don't sell the mats for earlier, or if you do make the bell trigger earlier, don't sell it. So on this route, it's better to just wait. Also earlier, I made sure to get the picture of the Lefrasia stem, which I showed on the other route. Since we don't need to have the Himara to get Claire here, you could keep it if you wanted that picture, but the Lefrasia stem is there, it's 5 points, we get it anyways, so you can just use that to get her like you normally would. That picture. We grabbed the paint, of course, and now we're going to head on over to Max's, which is a little bit different than the other route, of course, because we do have the Chestnut since we bought it. We have it now, so we have to go out of the way to pick up Ferdinand here. And this is where the main time loss comes from on this route, as opposed to the normal route where you would have had the earlier Chestnut. It's all kind of convoluted and confusing, but it makes sense once you think about it. Here's the rifle, the deer horn for points, Elena's portrait, and the bed, and we have the bell trigger, so we'll talk to him twice. And that's Gerald, and now we head over to where Ferdinand is. Yeah, it can be confusing. It's just easier to remember if it's just like, okay, we have the Chestnut, we don't need to bother with Polly, or we just get her later during this segment. If you don't have the Chestnut, you just have to get her earlier, and that's it. And just remember the different routes. And of course, you can have your notes to tell you this stuff, to remind you. So I popped that Chestnut over to him, and since I said I would show the late Claire, we're going to go to the station. We already spoke to Donnie earlier on this route, so we don't need to go down there. We have the diamond already. We'll grab this bar picture just for points, and the cafe shop, and grab Claire. Again, in this case, I had stored and deleted pictures earlier, and then we have the Lefrasia stem. And in this case, we're going to head over to Sindane and do our cleanup. Instead of running back to the main part of town, we'll just do this now. Which is, again, cleaning up all this, and then we're going to break down everything but the trees and the fences. With that is now done. We're going to finish up our recruitment here. So we go back to Palm Brinks. Run over this way, and of course we gotta cross this bridge again. Go up to the church, and we will do that puzzle where you interact with the 4 different torches. Starting with one of the corners, the kitty corner one, and the kitty corner, and then the far corner. Making sure again to talk to Priest Bruno 2 times. One is to get the quest, and then one is to turn in said quest, and don't mash circle there. And get that rug picture. And now we're going to run all the way over to Dr. Dow, and then we will head over to Balance Valley and start chapter 3, and we will have the 2 routes converge at that point. There will be no more route separation after that. It's just the recruitment is different in chapter 2.
Chapter 3: The Sage of the Stars.
Here we are in chapter 3. This is the start of it. This is regardless of which route you had to do in chapter 2, the Chestnut or the no Chestnut backup, it will converge here. So first things first, for this tutorial I included getting the crunchy bread so you don't have to worry about healing. If you did skip Poly completely, you probably wouldn't have much in the way of healing, so you would want to go to Poly and buy some heals. You can sell whatever for the most part. So you just go buy some. But since I included it, we're just going to continue onwards, which we're going to make some bombs first. We did a lot of recruitment and stuff, so Eric is going to be ready for giving us some bombs. And then we grab Cedric for the free repair powder. Well, the free repairing in the dungeon. But first things first, we're going to go into the Bastard Sword. We're going to spectrumize a dark coin, keeping the other one, of course. We're going to put it in. And if you only used a +5 true battle wrench to put into this, you will have these 2 points, like normal. And we'll put in the diamond sword. A diamond sword? The diamond into the sword. And it's ready to build up to Shamshir, but we're going to have plenty of ABS. It's very easy to get this to +5. So we won't do it yet. We'll get this Bastard Sword to +2 first, so we get the extra attack, and then we'll build it up to Shamshir, because we're going to need to get some throughout the run. You'll want to equip some healing, whatever healing you have. We can save the crunchy bread or use it, and put these bombs on max. Some of them. Maybe put a few there. And that's just in case Monica dies on the next segment, we can use max. Now, we're going to do a glitch, a small glitch. I'm going to explain it. I'm going to demonstrate what not to do. But basically, you will put something, some sort of bait on the rod, press square to remove it, press square on the weapon that you had equipped, and press cancel. Now, when we go into the dungeon, it doesn't matter if we exit out here or not, it's whatever. But what we're going to do is we're going to go into the dungeon, and this makes it so that the game is trying to find Max's weapon. It can't because it's on the rod, so we're going to have the rod equipped when we go into the dungeon. But this dungeon's very simple. We're going to go up to this split path, and then we're going to take the top path, the moon path first, and then the sun path. Normally we would do the sun on any percent MG, but we need a time to get a key because this floor right here is a blue seal and Max isn't set up for killing enemies. So you would have to do a bomb strat where you throw a gem run into another and then you hit the lower one, and it can be very dangerous. I've lost a few runs here. And then we have story progression here and here. We are going to need the geostone. Of course I have visuals for this, but we need the geostone on the first 2 floors, and then after the split path we need it on the 2nd floor on each side, so here and here. So I've split this into 3 segments here, and then there's also an end segment. So part 1 is going to be the first 5 floors. We're going to have 8 masked tribesmen. They're annoying to fight. They block attacks from the front. There is a way to guarantee to attack them, though. You can get them to charge at you, which I'll show by blocking and then going around them. And of course we need the stone there. There's 8 of them. The earlier the key, the better. And then we have 3 outfits. They're bigger, kind of annoying, but they don't take that long to kill because we're using Monica and her swords are good against them, and we need the stone. And then we have statue dogs, which aren't that bad. We have her smash line for her weapon. So she's a little better against rocky creatures like this, but they're still annoying because they have like 360 attack coverage and obnoxious. You'll get knocked down a lot. And then we have 4 thunder gemrons and then 12 Elphys on a red seal. So that means Monica only, and if you die, it's a game over. This floor is so horrible that you would either need a scroll to get through it, and we have to get through it twice, so we'd have to do it twice. Or in this case, we actually have this fishing rod glitch to help us get through it, where we are going to do key storage. We are going to store a key on one of the floors, 3-2, 3-3, or 3-4. We're not going to store it on the first floor because masked tribesmen are annoying and slow to fight, and they can be around a lot of enemies and completely obnoxious. So we're not dealing with that. And with that being said, I'll go in. But first thing, I'm going to demonstrate what not to do. Because we are using a glitch, first off, do not save your game as Max. Don't save your game with this glitch active. It'll corrupt the file, if I recall. It's bad. If for some reason you have a key and you are using Max in this state, do not do that. The key will disappear if you try to use it to progress. It's an exceptionally rare scenario where it shouldn't happen. If somehow you see a ram before the enemy, you can get a picture like that. But do not, if you open the menu and come out, you'll be in fishing mode, or more likely, let's say you're Monica, and then, oh god, I switched to Max. Well, flashing light warning. Then we can see that enemies get a bit glitched out. I probably should have given that warning earlier. And it'd be like, okay, well, I'll just switch over to Monica in the menu. Well, it's gonna flash. It's bad. Like, you can see, it's quite bad. We don't want to deal with that. You can see which enemies it is. You can fight. But it's horrible. And the only way to fix this is to leave the dungeon. You don't want to do that. You don't want to have to deal with that. You can fight them, get the key and continue, but try not to switch to Max. It's really bad, of course. The camera gets a bit wonky too, where it kind of tries to pull because it's in fishing mode. So now that you know what not to do, you can now go in and do it normally. The first thing you'll do is, you can get that RAM picture if you want, if for some reason you see that setup, but then you'll switch over to Monica. And we'll just go through it, and we're going to be fighting as Monica. I'll demonstrate how to fight the masked tribesman a little bit. If there's another enemy, eliminate it. You can try to like run around them, but you can see they turn pretty quick. and they'll try to bite you. That bite goes through guard. You can do that if you want. The earlier the key here, the better. Again, do not store the key here. But a guaranteed way to get them to attack you is to stand a bit away from them, guard, and they'll fall down. Go behind them. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Just like that. And we can pick up some of the ABS and the chest. We do need a little bit of money, a little bit over 1,000. But for the diorama stuff. But you do want to remember that you need the indestructible coin, which is 1,500. Ideally, by the time you do diorama. And when we go to the future to the tool shop to get the star glass, we are also going to buy some power crystals and whatever else we need, some repairs. So we do need to open chests. Not a ton, but we are going to need some. Of course, grab the stone. And from here on out, I will just speed this up a bit. Just speed up the video. Now that we have the key, if you see a close by pool, use that healing pool. That'll save on healing. Nice dark coin. Little too late. We can sell it though. A thing you can do is when your weapon is leveled, if you have points and you have crystals, use them. Very much worth it. It'll speed things up a decent amount. And then of course we have Cedric to repair our weapon. It'll be in the 3rd slot every time. Unless we picked up a weapon somehow for max, I guess, then it'd be over more. But anyways, I'm going to now show how to fight elephants. Ideally, we kind of just get behind them. They'll get stun locked after a few hits. After this cutscene though, remember that it's going to flip over to max. We're going to be using max. And max would be in the state as well if Monica dies, and then you could bomb enemies and then store a key. Again, you wouldn't be able to use the key because it would disappear, but you could store it on the rod if you still needed to. But that's a scenario that you probably won't run into. I'd hope not. Remember that we need the geostone on this floor. And when we store a key, ideally it's an early enemy. So if, like, for example, we see an elephant, and this elephant, if it has it, then we'd store it. I don't want to deal with that ice drum right now, so I'm going to grab this chest. And then we'll kind of get behind it. 1, 2. Watch out, that trunk attack. You'll get knocked down, it's not a big deal. Just 1, 2, 3. And just like that, it's down. The trunk attack does not give you iframes after you're hit. Be careful about that. That means you can be hit by other enemies afterwards. The stomp, you can block it, but it'll knock you down. It'll still reduce the damage though by blocking. Don't be afraid to heal. You can see we reduced the damage, but knocked us down still. If Gemrons are being annoying, you can target them and spam the first hit. 1, 1, 1, 1. And that reaches pretty high up, actually. In this case, we have an early enough key. It's not near the end of the dungeon, so we're going to take advantage of that, and we're going to store it. If we were near the end of the floor, we would just continue on, and we'd hope for a better key storage. So just, again, you would grab the weapon with square, go over to the meat, press square, and then cancel with circle, and then exit the dungeon. this point, we're now going to continue all the way to the 5th floor. We're going to remember we still need that geostone. Again, you can check here where it says the geostone fell. So I'm now going to blow through these. I'll just speed it up a bit, and when I get to like a statue dog, I'll slow it down and show how to fight that. And we'll continue on. One thing real quick though, remember that the geostone renders from farther away than enemies, so if I'm looking across the way, I can actually see the geostone if it's across the... there. Like, you can see that chest, right? One moment. So you can see the chest is going to come into view right there. That's about the distance that the geostone will render from as well. It is the distance. So you can see them across the other way, even though you can't see the enemies. Just make sure to sweep each side as best as you can, looking for the enemy. You could try YOLOing to the end, but that can be super punishing. It can be fast, but it can also be punishing. Mostly this dungeon is based on how early did you get the key, how much fighting did you have to do, that kind of deal. Now the weapon is +2, we're going to actually build it up. Don't worry if you got it to +3 on accident. I mean, I've gotten it to +5 just fine, regardless. And the base stats, of course, increased when we built it up. And we're going to be using this until +5, and for until partway through Chapter 5. Now we have an annoying situation where, okay, there's a bunch of enemies. What do? Just throw a bomb. Do not be afraid to use a bomb if need be. We do have extras to spare. We only need to make sure that we have 8 by the end of the dungeon. We are going to need 8 of them for the boss at the very end. So we have plenty of time. Here's our first statue dog. We don't need the geostone, remember, so we're going to get knocked down plenty. If there's a big golem by it, you might want to opt to bomb it. Be careful when there's stamina, just kind of run around them and hit them. There are mimics here, we're going to try not to open chests here. You can kind of bait an attack and then go for it, but these things are so obnoxious. And they really damage your weapon. Once you get them stun locked though, they are easy enough to deal with. And so I'm going to speed this up again. And this is probably a good showing of why getting an earlier key is so much more useful at the time, because we wouldn't have to search as far in the dungeon, right, I wouldn't have had to do that little bit of backtracking. Of course, I didn't know that the enemy was waiting right at the end for us. If I had been on the first enemy, well, we could have just booked it right to the end, you see. Again, the enemy is at the end. If it had been on that first Thunder Gem run and we didn't have a key stored yet, then I would store that one. Like, you don't have to, accidental backflip, you don't have to store it on that elephant floor. You just do whichever one you get the key early on. But if it's at the end of the dungeon like this, you won't store it, you'll just continue. And now we have the elephant floor. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to max here, grab the key with square and grab anything, it doesn't matter what. Press square and then circle to put it on the rod, and then we have our meat. This floor typically has good chests, so if there's an easy chest to get to, then go ahead and grab them. Now, on any percent NMG, you would go in the first exit, but we're going to be going to the second one. This floor has the same layout every single time. It's different than most floors in the game. This and one other in this chapter have a static layout. In this case, we're going to be going to the moon exit. The sun one would be on that path right there, and we will do that one later. And as you can see, all these enemies are large, and of course it's a red seal, and it'd be so obnoxious to sit here and fight all of them, and that's why we store the key. We'll just use it. And that's the first little segment done. Now we'll be moving on to the moon segment, which has 5 floors again. So we have this one here, 3-8. Now, it is a white seal. You want to make sure you are healed before entering it. If you're worried about that, you can just back out. But then we have 3-9, which has 2 fire gemrons and a geostone we need to grab. Then we have 3-10, which is a static layout. It's the split path, and we have 2 thunder gemrons there. And then we have 2 alphas and 1 dragon. And we need to store a key at some point. We are not going to store it on the 6th elephant floor with the white seal. That floor is so dangerous. We don't want to be doing it twice. And as you can see, there's only 2 key holders, 2 key holders, 2 key holders, 1 key holder. So it's very easy on the subsequent floors to find the key and store it. However, at this point, you can do it now or after you store a key, the second key. You can head over to Sundane Station, and we'll be getting bombs again. Again, you can do it now, or you can do it after the next key storage. How many do we have? We have 18. See, the issue here is we actually have too many bombs. We haven't had to use them yet. Normally you wouldn't even have this many. But I'm just gonna get rid of one real quick. In this case, what'll happen is you can't make any more because we can only have 20. It's too dangerous to carry, he says. Okay, fine. We'll make bombs later. That's okay. Grab Cedric. I think you can do is you can wait until after the white seal floor, if you wish. And I'm actually going to equip some other heals here, real quick. We use other heals before the crunchy bread. So again, you can wait until after this floor, where you might end up being in a situation where you need to bomb enemies. If you're in one of those situations, just do it. Don't even think about it. Just go for it. It's so dangerous. If Monica dies here, it's so bad. The reason I left and did that a little bit early is because I knew that I was damaged. My health was damaged. I didn't heal before going in. Like, imagine these two golems are right here, right? Well, I guess we don't have to imagine because they are. Alright, so don't be afraid to bomb. I'm gonna get that Aegis. There we go, we got the first enemy key, so we don't have to worry about any danger. Do not store this. This floor is very dangerous. There's a lot of mimics here, don't bother with chests. Same thing with the first floor on the other side, on the sun side. It has a lot of mimics. This floor is safe. I know there are no mimics here. Yeah, I will attach like my spreadsheet at the end of the video that shows what floors the mimics are on and how many. Here we have a fire gem run. Now if the game was kind, it'll give us the coin flip. There are only 2 of them, and we might get a nice key storage. Unfortunately, the game is very rude and we didn't get it. However, that means that the next one... Stop bullying me, dude. The next fire gem run we see has to have the key. There's only 2. In this case, this is actually kind of decently early in the floor and in the first half, and I'm already damaged quite a bit, so we're just going to take advantage of this, and we're going to store this key again, square, bring it over, square, cancel, and then we're going to leave. Now we do need to store a third one at some point, but what we're going to do is something that's kind of annoying, but not that bad. We're going to go back to that elephant floor and use it now. We can't store more than 1 key without another rod, which means that we need the we'd have to have like the lure rod, which we're not going to be bothering with. So we're not going to make that. We're not going to go out of the way to do anything with that. There's not enough useful application of a second rod to use it. Of course, we get a full heal after we left the dungeon. We're going to take this off. We're just going to replace it with something and now run through. And this time we're going to go to the sun door. Sun log, I guess. The sun exit. Now, an annoying thing here is because the sun path is unlocked, the cursor is going to snap to the sun side. We don't want to do this side yet, we're just going to go back here. We are going to have to do these inputs every time, unfortunately, but it's worth it for a few extra inputs if we get an extra early key, because we could get an early key again here. It could be like, bam, we have a fire gem right here. I'm going to check because I wasn't paying attention. Do I have the stone? No, I do not. We need to make sure to get that geostone. Here's our stone. And one thing you want to make sure to do is make sure you walk far enough to see the enemies. You'll learn the render distance over time, but even now I still make a mistake of not quite going far enough to see the enemies and have them render. You'll get render memes, it'll happen. Just try to be thorough. In this case, even if we get this key, we're a little too far for it to be of use to us. We're too close to the end. We don't want to store here if that's the one, which is not. This floor is the split path. It is static, it's always the same. I always make sure to check around this corner first. And then we start kind of a grid sweep from there. There's only 2 Thunder Gem runs. This floor is quite big considering that. But again, it's a static floor. It would just be as thorough as we can. The other path is for the Chapter 6 Star Key stuff, so we will not have to worry about that. Nice early key. In this case, we're going to store this. It's only 2 elephants, so it doesn't take that long to deal with them. And now we can do the final floor on this side of the dragon if we want, or we can do the other side. It doesn't matter at this point. For the sake of this tutorial, I'll just do the dragon floor real quick. The elf and then the dragon floor. We'll just continue on this real quick. We actually got a rarer layout. This one I know. It's very easy to find the key holder, we're guaranteed. In this case, it's 1 dragon. Now these dragons can inflict thirst with their flame breath, which is ranged and can even shoot behind them. But The main problem is they can inflict stop with their claws when they attack you, and it lasts about 20 seconds. About 25 seconds if you're having to go in the menu and heal, which you'll have to do. We don't have a way to prevent that currently. So what we're going to do is we're just going to throw one improved bomb at it. And that's it. Make sure to get the ABS. It's a lot of ABS. And there you go. You don't even have to worry about it now. And now, of course, we have that last key stored. We're going to go the sun path now. The sun path, which I forgot to put here. It's pretty simple. We have at the 12 alphas, which we did already. We went through there, but now we have 4 alphas, and then we have 3, 7, 4, 5 gem rounds with a blue seal. Of course, you can see in the bottom left here, we used the stored gate key already, and we decided to go on the sun path second. And we stored a key for 3-7, which is the next floor. And we're going to be using, or we can do the improved bombs strat, which I will show on one of them just to show it. It's very dangerous though, just a word of warning. But for now, we're going to get through this floor. Now this one has a lot of mimics, we're not going to open chests here. If there were multiple alphas together, like say those were together, I would just bomb them. Or if there were a bunch of enemies in the way. Luckily, we didn't have a bunch of stuff getting in the way as we tried to fight, so I was able to just fight them. But if they are together, don't be afraid to bomb them. Like, you know, I went to make bombs earlier, but they were extras and we didn't even have to make use of them. So you can throw some, it's not a big deal. We do want to keep 8 for the boss, and we kind of want to try to have some to take into chapter 4. And with that being said, we now have this floor. Little Dragon Counterattack. It's a blue seal, which means we don't have Monica. How are we going to fight it? Well, we use that key from earlier. You can do this earlier after you store it, or you can do it now. We need to get into the menu and equip that wrench back. We don't want to activate that fishing rod on accident. And then you would just go in and you would say remove bait, and there it is. We can just run to the end. Of course, we do need the geostone. However, for the sake of this, like I said, I will demonstrate how to use the bombs for the bomb strat. But remember, you will die pretty quick on these enemies. There's our stone. So here's a thunder gem round, a fire. And what you would do is you would throw it into them, hope enemies are not together, and you throw the bomb like that, and that is the improved bomb strat. However, you could have a situation where there's a ton of gem rounds together, and they're just machine gunning you down, and well, you can't do that strat now, or you'd have to try to throw a bomb and make it land, or something. Like, oh boy, I hope that hits. Well, it did hit. But as you can see, things could go badly, you know. I was hoping for the meat just so we had the other one. But yeah, we have the meat because we stored a key, and so we can just head to the end. No biggie. I do want to show how much damage you take though. As you can see, we can take about 15, so they can nuke us hard. And with that being said, we are now done with the dungeon. So we're gonna head on out and do some shopping stuff now. But before that, we're going to do the usual. We are going to go and make bombs. And before we actually do so, because we're going to have Lynn in our party soon, we're going to go ahead and repair that Shamshir. Make some bombs, and then we're going to return Eric to the train, since we're not replacing him with someone else. And then head on over to Conda, which is where we buy our materials, of course. Here we are, ready for our shopping. It's not that much money, but on the left here we'll see the list of what we need. Our logs, our cloth, etc. And on the right, you're going to need either some cherries, or if you have Granny Rosa, you'll want 2 anti-stop amulets. And then from Priest Bruno, you might want to grab a couple of Medusa tears, or you can get the anti-petrify amulets. But it's pretty easy to forget about that, honestly. And that's for chapter 4. Again, total cost is higher, but we broke down some Sindane Gearama stuff. So we're going to get rid of some stuff first. We're done exiting the dungeon, so we're not going to lose anything. We don't need that extra dark coin that we got in the chest. We only need 10 of each paint, and 20 purple, of course. And we have a lot of money. We got coins and stuff. We actually don't need bait now, because we're done with the fishing rod glitch as well. We have our logs, our 6 logs, our 16 sturdy rocks, 3 sturdy cloth we already have. We need 7 glass, 4 sticky clay, 8 forest dew, because we're going to make more trees. We need 5 scraps of metal, we have that. 1 holy element, 8 earth elements for more trees, again. 9 water elements, which you should have because you broke down those rivers, which are 1 each, and there's 15 rivers. And then 2 fire elements. And then of course we'll pop up to here, since we have Rosa. We'll grab 2 of these. You can even grab an anti-petrify if you want. And if you want to be really safe, you can grab some Medusa tears. And that's just in case you get petrified by Medusas later. And then our indestructible coin that we have to get at some point before chapter 4. So we're going to get it now, because we haven't gotten it yet. And if you wanted cherries, you would then go to a cart here. And you'd talk to Adele, and you'd grab some cherries, and that would be, if you didn't have anti-stop amulets. If you didn't have Rosa, you would just go here and get some cherries. We're gonna move bombs over to Monica. May as well equip these on her as well. And now we are going to do our Gearama. Now this Gearama is very simple. We already have some stuff from earlier. And we're going to go to this first plateau, this number 4. Now the key here is we need to make sure that these are balanced, so the opposites are going to affect each other. We're going to be working on 4 and 3 here. And the Gearama here is the 3 rough wooden fences, which we have, which we're going to use for culture points. 8 more thorn trees, with the amount that we had earlier, which is 7 in total, from chapter 2. We had the 8 and 7, that gives us the 15 we need. And a brick house, Parn is going to go in it, Chinese stand for Ferdinand, the star lamp on the brick house, and the church for Priest Bruno. We're going to go down here, make the church, star lamp, Chinese stand, brick house, the 8 more thorn trees. And that's it. First things first, we're going to start from the church, leave it in its initial rotation, pop it down, grab the Chinese stand, move it across from it, grab the brick house, pop it down, put the star lamp right on it, move it somewhere where you can put it on, go over to paint, you can just press R1 and then go to purple, place it, and now before we do more, we'll go down as max, here, take a picture of the star lamp, the rotating sign, a Chinese lantern, but first, you can just delete these. As you can see, we have all these pictures still. We actually don't need any of these. None of these are needed to keep, so we can just delete them. The Chinese lantern, the basket steamer, there's this flag here, and the dumplings. Pop around, grab the stained glass, and the holy emblem. We'll put Parn in first, he's higher up on the menu, then Ferdinand. And turn around and we'll put Priest Bruno in the church. These are all necessary for progression. And now we need some culture points, so we're going to grab the fences. Turn the magnet off. 1, 2, 3. We just need 3 of them. And then 4 trees. 2, 3, 4. And then 11 trees on the other side. Just put them all down. And just like that, we have everything down and it's balanced. And when we go down, it'll say there's a change in the future. There'll be an item here on the bridge. Grab that. Of course, we're going to talk to Lao Chao and find out that, you know, story-wise, we can't progress just yet. Turn around, grab a picture of his trademark, the dragon, the scroll, and the Peking duck. You can get the Chinese lantern here too if you didn't have it yet. Head on out towards the portal. There will be another upgrade right here on the bridge. Grab that. We're gonna head to Barga's Valley now. Cursor is gonna snap to it. You don't have to do speed up. For better or worse, we don't have to do speed up. We're just gonna go grab the stick here. And then we're gonna go into our menu here and equip it. We're going to make sure that Monica does not go over 96 HP. Otherwise our max isn't going to have enough later. So I leave her at 96. And we want to have the first 2 slots empty of our inventory there. We're going to get a Speeda Club that's going to go in slot 1, and then we're going to get the Windflower that goes in slot 2. Now here, Monica's going to explain the Speeda. Be careful about mashing X. She's going to ask you if we want her to explain it again. And it defaults to yes. We don't want to do that. So we're going to just mash circle, cancel. And then we're going to press down to no. And at this point, it's faster to just talk to her and quit out and she'll do the shot for us. Of course, I like to go for the swag shot. I always give it one go. Sure, it wastes a bit of time, but you could aim for the star if you wanted. It's more of like a marathon performance thing, but I always take the swag shot. You aim over it, you have to get a full power, and you have to get a nice shot, which is, of course, frame perfect. That's not enough, and we missed. What a shame. Oh well. And when I do that, somehow that was off course. I could take another shot if I wanted, but you would just talk to Monica, and it's always faster to talk to her and quit out. Sometimes I make it, sometimes I don't. It doesn't matter. If you quit out, you get the turkey. If you get it, you get the swan. It's like a 10 guilder difference or something in what they sell for. We are just going to sell it. We need to do story progression here, so we're going to go back to the future to Lao Chao and give him it. It being the Windflower, it's going to be in the second slot of our inventory because it puts the club in the first. And then afterwards we're going to head back and we're going to give it to Lynn, and then we're going to actually come back before we progress. Now, we could progress, but we may as well just come back right away. At this point, Lynn joins the party, and we can't add anyone else, so we can't go get more bombs. Alright, you should easily have 8. Pretty easy here. And we're gonna head back to the future. The tool shop will now be here. And we'll head on up, and there's going to be 3 pictures there. There's going to be the crescent moon, and the star glass, and the peeping pole. Now my picture's already done. As you can see, we have over 300 points. We don't have to worry about any more besides what we need later. However, you'll probably usually need to get a little bit more. We're gonna head into here, and you can sell that turkey and the battle wrench because we have the stick. We'll grab the we're going to need the star glass. We're going to need at least about 5 repair powder. That's a pretty good amount to start with to get us through the rest of the dungeon. You can go with 3 tasty water. You can do less if you want, like a couple, but 3 is pretty safe. And then we're going to want at least 5 power crystals. We did get a couple earlier, so we can replace it if we want. And essentially, once we have our indestructible coin already, we want to get as much as we can without selling our bombs. And don't forget to save for the coin if you didn't get it yet. So grab that. We have some repair. We'll get some water here. And we'll get at least 5 of these. We have way more money than usual because I opened a ton more chests. In that case, we can get some heals if we want, but we'll wait on that. We will then go over to Monica's weapon, and we're going to put them all into it. We are going to have to fight some dragons in melee, so we want to be stronger. And with that, we are going to leave, and we're going to actually grab some upgrades here, and then the idea is to go back into the dungeon. Just hop on down, grab the pie. The Witch Parfait on the bridge, the 2 upgrades by the torch here. Even if we aren't using Max right now for fighting, we will be using him later. We are going to need upgrades on both characters. So we are going to use our upgrades. And again, Monica already has 96 HP, so we'll put it on Max. And we will now go into the dungeon. Be careful not to go to Barga's Valley, just go down to that. And now we have this little part. This is the end of the dungeon. It's just 4 floors. We're gonna have 5 wind elementals, 3 dragons, 2 holy gem runs, and 5 dragons, and that's it. But before then, we need to deal with the Phantom Memo Eater. We don't need any more geostones the rest of this chapter. If your pictures were done, great. If not, get a picture of this Yorda tree, and then run up and get a picture of the Memo Eater, which is another 5 points. Just mash square here. He's either going to spit or try to jump on you. You can block the jump, but go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and you can see that even this boss is stun locked. Well, boss in quotes, you know, more of a mini boss, and we'll just progress onwards. For the end segment here, we are just going to have 4 more floors, and then the boss, which we'll just go straight into. But there will be 5 wind elements, 3 dragons, who you actually have to fight this side. But we do have a way to deal with them where we are stronger. We use power crystals from the Starlight Temple earlier, and we can deal with the stop that they can inflict with our anti-stop amulets or heartthrob cherries to get rid of it if you get inflicted with it. And we have 2 holy gem runs, which are whatever, and then 5 dragons, which can take a little bit. If you did not have the indestructible coin yet, you might want to open some chests and try to get stuff to sell. The way we do this is we hope for many bridges. This is a good layout because it has bridges connecting back and forth. Sometimes you get hardly any and the layouts just suck. I'm actually going to check a little bit farther just to be safe. Okay. The enemies here fly, and again, we're just going to do the same technique we did earlier on the Thunder Gem runs. We're just going to mash the one attack. Now, and dragons. We're going to make sure to equip these anti-stop amulets. Okay, good. We got a bad layout, so I can show this. This is actually the worst layout. There's a very long path around with no bridge to connect, so that means backtracking no matter what you do. If you want, you can get a picture here. Remember, it's safe to switch to max. We don't have the glitch active anymore. Picture on. And if it rolls, there you go. We get a picture. Very easy picture for 5 points. Here's our dragon. Be careful of their flame breath. They do have a picture, but don't bother with it. That attack comes out quick. And that's why we have, as you can see, we already lost one of our anti-stop amulets. That's super unlucky, actually. I've never seen it go away that quick. But we have our key, and now we're out of here. You can see we kind of do a good amount of damage now. Be careful. If they randomly guard, well, that sucks. We have some cherries for safety regardless. You can buy more anti-stop amulets earlier if you want, but I usually find 2 is good enough. We have the Moon Baron floor here. These things can cause stop and shoot quickly. Do not even bother with them. Like, you can see we can do okay damage, but they can drop a carrot, but it's just not worth it here. On any percent MG, you would actually try to get a carrot off them, but we're not going to. We're just going to ignore them and look for the Holy Gem rounds. There's 2 of them. Hopefully you get the coin flip. Just be careful, they shoot quickly and they can cause stop. We have this final dragon floor here with 5 dragons. Just be careful. And you want to get the ABS off them. They do give a ton compared to most enemies. And with that, we have our last key here. I did kind of get knocked around a bit. You gotta be careful. If you're behind them, they can shoot you, and therefore I can go right behind them. A little unfair. And I didn't get hit with thirst, but if you do, well, we have tasty water to cover that. We're ready for the boss now. We're just gonna go right in. If you're newer, I'd highly suggest making a save and of course practicing this. We have a strategy for this. Make sure the cursor is on the first slot here with your bombs. We're going to need 8 improved bombs for this strategy. Normally, you would do enough damage to Gaspard and the phase would swap to Max, where he protects Lynn from flames. Now our stick, I use the star glass here, our stick is not going to do much here along with our classic gun. I have had a good run where this happened and I lost about a minute and a half, but I was able to succeed at getting through the fight and protecting Lynn and then finishing Gaspard with 1 bomb left. But the idea here is that you don't have to do that. The idea is that we have an initial position setup. You mash out a bomb. Gaspard is going to fly towards you to your left. You're going to move left and up some. You're going to target him. Make sure that Monica is fully facing him. And then when he's on the ground fully, we unload with the rest of our bombs. And we mash like hell. The game is going to lag a little bit. And it's right after this cutscene, so we're just going to do it. Throw our bomb. You'll probably hear my mashing. That comes up. Throw the bomb. Go up left some. Wait for him to be down fully. And just mash like hell. Do not let up. If you let up for even a moment, he'll get up. And if he slides around, then your position was not right. You were too far towards his back. You want to kind of be in front at his legs. And it's as simple as that. I would definitely recommend practicing that a lot before you do it in runs. As you could definitely just lose your run because of it. Or the backup is very slow. Just get your practice in. And then after that, we just have a bunch of story stuff to do before chapter 4.
Chapter 4. Goodbye, Shingala.
Chapter 4 time at the start here. If you don't have enough pictures at your points, if they're not at 300 for the score yet, just pop up, get the red mouse, windmill. So there's plenty of extra pictures in the route, like I said early on, so you should be done by the time you even hit Shingala in the midway point. First thing is first, we are going to go back to Balance Valley here. And we're going to do what we did in Sundane, whereas we're just going to destroy the past for our future endeavors. Clean up everything. You don't need the fences. I like to grab one fence though, just in case. All the trees. These are, if I recall, they return 1 water, 1 earth when you break them down. But we're going to break down everything but the fences and the brick house. So get rid of the trees, the stand, the lamp, and the church. And now, since we have our Darkness Coin and Indestructible Coin, we're going to go pick up Donnie now. He is going to be our support character for Chapter 4. We'll recruit him. If you already have your points, you can dig for a scoop and grab the bandit coin, but we'll just wait for later, I suppose. Head on over to Sundane Station. We used up some bombs earlier. We used 8, so we're going to go to Eric and replenish our bombs. We grab the 6 here. And we're going to go into the first carriage, the first carriage. And we're going to talk to Donnie here and add him to our party. Now, since this is a tutorial and I showed recruiting Polly for Crunchy Bread, you won't need to do this, but if you didn't have Polly at all, you might want to consider buying some chicken here. So you'd want like 10 or something. However, we have the healing here and we don't have to worry about that. We're going to grab some bombs here and pop them onto Max because we're going to need them on him. We can remove this, we can... we can keep that healing on, I suppose, and we can put this cheese onto here. And at this point, we can now go over to Finicchio. Now this cave is going to go up to the midway point. So we have 8 floors here. This is the first part. We're going to have to get 3 stones. That's on 4-1, 4-3, and 4-5. So we have 4 Garens, 4 Garens, and 4 rats, 4 rats, 6 Garens, 8 moles, 4 anti-medusas that can petrify, and 2 Shivas. Now on 4-3, we have a rat floor with a blue seal. And we are going to have to get through it with Max with no weapons, so we're going to use improved bombs. So we need at least 4 bombs for that. Of course, we just made 6, so we're good to go in that regard. When we get to the mole floor, if you don't have a carrot yet, you'll be killing moles for carrots. And there's 2 more floors later with 4 moles each, so you can get it later. And with that being said, let's go. Now, Chapter 4 is split into, for most of these floors, there's going to be a beach and a cave, and these layouts can be horrible. The first floor here, you will always start on the beach. And we are, of course, going to need some money this chapter, and we're going to end up needing around 3k. The Garens will be just like anything else. 1, 2, 3, and then you just repeat. There can be multiple caves. kind of a sucky thing. It means that you're going to have to check both caves or get a map to help you out with that. Okay, we got our key, so we just need to find the geostone now. And well, thank you, Magic Crystal. However, we don't know which cave here has the exit. So in a situation like this, I would grab the stone. Just gonna peek around the corner real quick. Okay. There's a lot here. However, before we progress, we could very much be punished if we don't check the other cave. The enemies that you need could be in it. Of course, we got the key already. We don't have to worry about that. And the exit could be in it. That could have been an exit. It's not, so we're just going to continue on here. And that's a very painless floor. It's usually not like that for Chapter 4. One weird thing that can happen is the cave can spawn partially over the beach, and you can get a glitchy beach wall where do not jump down that. You're not going to get into the cave like that. You'll be stuck on the outside of it. Or you can get one where you can't even get to the beach because the cave kind of spawned partway into the beach. This is exceptionally rare for either of these scenarios. I mean, the latter scenario has only happened to me once in my current PB, my 541. So it probably shouldn't happen. If that happens, you'll have to leave the floor and come back. So it can be glitchy. It shouldn't happen. But just be aware that it can happen. These fish here, they're annoying. They can hit you really quickly with no warning at all. And you're only going to outrun them if you run diagonally. On PS4, you won't have as good of an angle. Or rather, the controllers are too good. And so they can just yoink you. Just like that, I just got sniped out of just instantly. But be careful. Make sure to keep your health up. Floor 3 here, again, has 4 rats, and we need the geostone, and it's a blue seal. Do not die with mats. We do have enough HP for it. We can grab heals. If you're always worried, like, oh my god, I just got hit, you can always panic, open the menu, and you can heal from the menu. Do not forget about that. Very, very useful. Just gotta toss a bomb at them. Hopefully you don't have to do all 4. It's not a big deal. Sometimes you have to do all 4. There's a rat over there. Okay. I'll make sure it's not moving and toss it. I think it can guard and take 2 bombs. Not sure how much it takes in that case. We have 2 pads here. Okay, that is our exit. A map is very powerful in Chapter 4 because these layouts can suck to huge and they can show you where the exit is. Of course, we just found it, so it doesn't matter. But we're gonna have to go to the beach. With that, we can remove these bombs. We don't need these on him now. We still have... Where are they? We still have 15 remaining. Chapter 4 is actually going great. I forgot to mention earlier, it might come up, but the reason for adding Donnie for this chapter in particular is because we're going to use him for opening locked doors. Chapter 3 can never have a locked door. I think I forgot to mention that earlier, but chapter 3 will never have a locked door. We can have locked doors here. But Donnie can also open chests that are locked as well. Okay, at this point, be careful with the anti-medusas. That beam can petrify you. If you have an anti-petrify amulet, you can go ahead and put that on. You can just block the attack, of course, as well. Depending on your bomb count, you might want to opt to go get bombs. I have a lot, but if you do, I guess I'll shut it off. May as well. If you have a lot of bombs, you can get through this dungeon still, but you might have had a situation where earlier on you had to actually burn more in chapter 3. In which case, all you'll do, pop over to Sundane Station. Of course, we go here so we can skip the cutscene. Grab Eric, like usual, then we go back inside the train and we grab Donnie. We are going to want to be as close to 20 bombs as possible later. I thought I had 15 bombs. Did I get... How do you only give me 5? Well, whatever. Who cares? And then we make our way back into the dungeon. And now we have the mole floor. And moles traditionally kind of annoying to fight. We can take a couple hits though, it's not a big deal. We do have some mimics here. As you learn, you might, as you run more, you might be like, okay, well, I know there's a lot of mimics here, right? On some floors not, and you'll opt to not open them at certain ones. But I'll open this. Normally I just check what the enemy is, and we can see it's not the correct enemy, it's not a mole, but I just want to demonstrate. You don't need the key, you just press the button because we have Donnie, right? This is why we have them. Of course, in this case, we don't actually have to do that. For moles, we'll just get up to them. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Just repeat. We don't care about curse, we're not changing our weapon. And hopefully, if you don't have a carrot, they drop the carrot. We do want to make sure that we are continuing to work on our weapon. We can see it's +3. Partway through chapter 5, we want to have it at 5 if possible. Okay, so we had something annoying happen. We got hit by goo. If you have soap or you have mighty healing, you can deal with it. You can even let Monica die and then go into the next floor and she won't have it on her. But one thing you can do also, if you hadn't made the bombs yet, you could exit and go make bombs and it gets rid of it, of course, or you can go up to a healing pond and that'll deal with it. You could also run around as Max next floor, and then you could opt to just switch to Monica to fight. That goo only comes from those fish's spit though, so normally you're not going to see that. This is the anti-Medusa floor. If you have an anti-petrify amulet, I'd use it. If you get hit by their beam, you can get petrified. But we do have the Medusa tears to get rid of it, just in case. Honestly, normally it won't be an issue unless like they're randomly guarding non-stop, which can happen. They do give a lot of ABS compared to other enemies, so you might want to pick it up. On this last floor before we're done with this segment. As you can see, we're kind of going through the dungeon a bit quicker now. The reason being that, well, we don't have to exit the floors a bunch of time to store keys like we had to do in chapter 3. It's just chapter 3 has that really pain in the butt floor. We are looking for one of 2 Shiva, of course. And there we are. Honestly, that was an amazing first part of chapter 4. It usually doesn't go like that. Usually it's horrible, but this is great. I mean, this would be like a gold for me. This is a super good segment. And we're not exiting the dungeon like we normally would. Go into here and check out the cutscene. And now for shopping. We're going to head on over to Sindane Station like usual. And then we would make bombs if we didn't have enough. I don't think Eric is gonna be ready. But I think you could do if you did have a slower segment, for example, and you still had bombs. Like we're at 20, right? We can still make 3. Well, what we can do is we can actually go back here and we can sell 3 of them. And then we can make bombs. And then we can grab Donnie. So to continue, we're going to have to go up to Parn here. And we do need to get the rest of our paint. For our shopping here, we are going to need some paint here, so we talk to Parn. On the right side here, we'll say we need red, blue, and green paint. We also need purple, but we got purple from Parn's house, so we're all set, of course. And we need about 3k worth of stuff. We're going to need logs, some pretty standard stuff. There's going to be a bunch of glass and logs here that we need for the aquarium, a ton of metal for iron houses, and 15 water elements for... Or not the logs, just the glass and water I think is for the aquarium. But we're guaranteed to have the water elements along with 15 earth elements that we can sell. These are from breaking down those trees, so we can make up a little bit there if we need to. Let me just sell real quick. We never need the forest stew again. That's from breaking down the trees. We never need the cane. We don't need flour. We only have to keep a little bit of paint. Life elements you only need at the very end of the run. We keep elemental stones if possible. Do not sell that. We don't need escape powder. And with that, we'll now buy our list of stuff here. We have our paints, that's good. So we're going to go down here. Get our 51 logs. We need just 4 sturdy rocks. We have that. You get enough from breaking down the church. If I recall, let me check real quick. Yes, you do. You get 4 back when you break it down. So we always have the sturdy rocks. 2 bundles of hay. We have that from earlier. We need 6 sturdy cloth. We have plenty here. We need 24 glass. 4 sticky clay. We have that. And of course 80 scraps of metal. If I could menu it correctly. 15 water elements that we're always going to have, 1 wind element and 1 fire element. The fire element we get from breaking down the star lamp, if I recall. Yes, and we have one from the Chinese stand, breaking it down as well. A thing real quick, because we have enough points on Eric, we can sell 3 of our bombs here too. Now we can use them and get the rest of them. I'm gonna head up and grab Donnie because right after we defeat Shingala, we're just gonna continue on in the dungeon, and we're gonna want Donnie in the party so that we can bypass the locked chests and have him open them and lock doors. With that being said, we're just going to head on over here. If you want, you can pick up your bandit coin there by digging for a scoop from Donnie, if you wish. But I'm going to make an assumption and say, okay, what if you don't have enough points? But we would just pick it up there in the train. So for Giaroma, we're only going to need a few things. We need a pot torch, the rough wooden fences, which we have, 12 of them, 4 iron houses, 8 piers, because we need something to build on, and the shot boat. Pretty simple, just go down to here, make the shot boat, make 8 piers, 4 houses, and then the pot torch. And then we're going to try to have this lined up. You can adjust this with the D-pad as necessary. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's got to be close enough. Otherwise it's going to be hard to connect these piers on the side. I give myself some room by moving this forward, so it doesn't have to be perfect on the way back on this back side here. Grab the shot boat, pop it in there. 4 houses. These 2 don't matter if they're rotated, but we do want to make it easy enough to get into on these 2 side ones. Put down the pot torch, grab the fences, just place them down. We're aiming for 80 culture points. You don't need quite that, but you would be missing out on the sapphire if you don't get that much. I think other than that you just need 40, but this restores the symbol of Luna Lab, which gives us sapphire to sell for like 400 or something. It's pretty easy to get it though, as long as you just slap the stuff in the middle. Now we need a red house, that's going to be Claire's. Blue, that'll be Donnie later, which we won't do yet. Green and purple. The pot torch is so that Claire can move in. Move Claire in. And we're not moving Donnie in yet. We're going to do a little trick with moving him later. When we move him in later, there's going to be a cutscene that moves us like halfway down this walkway, like with what's going on here. It'll be about this distance, maybe a little bit more, so it saves some movement. We'll head on over to the red lab real quick, grab this upgrade. Now if you still need points, there's plenty of stuff here we can take a picture of. The pipe, the chair, the work equipment, the thing in the corner, the air cleaner, like a lot of stuff here. And you should definitely have enough points at this point. Even if you didn't, you could still get a point. Get 5 points off Shingala, and the ancient mural is also 5 points. At that point you absolutely should have all your points. If for some reason you somehow still didn't, there's like a bunch of stuff, like 6 different things inside the iron house that you can take pictures of. But with that, we are good to go for now. We are going to leave, grab this upgrade. Leave, and we're going to use those on max, because again, we don't really want to put too much on Monica. We're going to be switching to max soon enough. Sort. We need to make that aquarium from earlier, because the electric worm is going to go in there. Now, normally you just pop this in the aquarium, but there is a little fish duping trick you can do if you need money. You grab this, so square, press select to sort, press square, cancel, square, cancel, square, cancel, square, cancel, and that'll fill the fish tank with fish. Now, fish duping, going in and out to take these out and whatever, is pretty slow as a way of getting money, but if you have to do it, you have to do it, right? So it's just like a backup that you shouldn't need to do, but it's there if necessary. And with that, we just head on into the dungeon. And Shingala here. Do not destroy Shingala. You're game over if you do so. We can get a picture if we wish. Just take a picture like that. Go up. If you still need any points, just do like hit it 4 times. Grab the fish. Wait for the mouth to open. And throw it in. If you miss, the fish will wash up on the shore, just like behind where Shingala was there. It takes a little bit though. with that, we can now enter the dungeon. We go back to the Cave of Ancient Murals. And if you wanted to, you didn't get the Ancient Murals picture and you somehow didn't have enough points, you could get it here. Again, all we need is 300 points. We don't need a bunch of extra stuff. Since, of course, I'm demonstrating all the extra pictures. How much do I have? I have 32 extra. But yeah, we don't need any more here. Next up, we just continue on. This is a split path. It does have a white seal. We have 2 zappies, that's going to be on this floor. Then 4 moles for vanguards, 4 moles, vanguards, and then 6 zappies with a diorama scroll. Geostone. Why did I say diorama scroll? Whatever. And then the vanguard floor has a red seal, so we got to be very careful there. We'll deal with them with bombs. We could get a coin flip here. Just smack away. We got a coin flip, nice. I just need an exit. Always pay attention to which exit is which if you find them early. The map could be helpful. Well, well now. Remember that you can't heal on this floor, so you gotta be careful, but when you enter that floor, you'll always be full health. Because we came from outside the dungeon. Moles, at the end of the next... Okay, we got a carrot, that's nice. We already had it, but at the end of the floor that's 2 floors from now, the one with 4 moles, we need to have our carrot by the end of that floor. So if you have to, and you don't have your carrot, and you see extra moles, even though you have the key, get killing, because you have to have that carrot at the start of chapter 5. Next up, we have that vanguard floor. It's going to take 3 bombs to kill them, or 2 bombs plus a few magic swords, so you can store 3 magic sword, and that's much stronger than a 2 magic sword. It's kind of like an exponential increase in power. Don't bother storing if you see like zappies, they're too annoying to deal with for it. Okay, if you have multiple vanguards, try to kite them together. Oh god, we have 3. I will, I guess, demonstrate how to do this. Keep your health up. I'm just gonna kill these even though I'd kill them together. Because the thing you can do, even though we got this already, is, for example, these things love to shoot. So you can gather charges. That one is just going to keep unloading. Get 3. And then you would use 2 bombs. For example, we already have the key, but I'm just going to demonstrate this. And then you get 3 more. And then you shoot it again. And there you go, like that's a very simple way to deal with them. Although it can be a little bit dangerous. So remember, keep your HP up. Of course I didn't have to kill the extra one because, well, we got the key. easily, luckily. And the good thing here is that we still have 12 bombs, so in 2 more floors there's going to be 4 vanguards, and it could take... if I recall, there's nothing good to charge on. I don't think those enemies are on that floor, so you need 12 bombs. And since we have them, we don't have to exit the dungeon now. We would exit the dungeon before that floor. After this floor right here with moles, we would exit it to go get some bombs. So remember, at the end of this floor, we need to have our carrot. If we don't have it, we would have to go back to like the 8 mole floor and try to farm by killing them. And we really don't want to have to do that. At this point, the beaches are back. Hopefully we don't need to deal with that. So again, this next floor is 4 vanguards, and if you don't have 12 bombs, you would leave and go get some. But we have them, so we're going to continue. Or you just get 2 of them together, and then you don't need as many bombs. But you never know if you're going to have that happen or not beforehand. Okay, +4. We don't want our weapon to go over +7. So anything between +5 to +6 is okay. We're going to need the geostone that has the windmill. That's going to be placed down so that we can get the peardo, which actually has attack. We're going to use it on the steel gun right away when we switch over to that weapon. We need the geostone, but we also need the windmill for chapter 5 progression anyway, so we're just going to take advantage of that fact. And this has 6 zappies. They give a lot of ABS. They give, I think, the most out of any of the easy enemies here. It's okay to pick up some chests if you want, because we're going to need some money in chapter 5, ideally so that we can switch over to our weapon early on, our steel gun early on, after 5 floors. Remember, these things are dangerous. They can bypass your iframes by clapping you. So be safe. Don't be afraid to bomb or guard cancel by pressing R1 instead of L cancel. L cancel is quicker, but guard cancel is, of course, safer. We're gonna leave. We actually already have we already have the mats for the windmill. We already made it. Get out of the water right away. Head towards here. You move slower in water, so that's why we get out. I'm going to make that windmill. I'm going to place said windmill. And then we're going to put Donnie in. Now, if you didn't have the bandit coin yet, if you didn't dig for a scoop yet, you're going to want to go in here and dig for a scoop. There's all kinds of stuff we can get pictures of. The TV, the generator here, the banana, the bed, that thing that's rotating, the wheel, the laundry. Like, there's 6 different things there. But dig for a scoop if you haven't done it yet. Ideally you did it on the train because it's a bit quicker. Grab the bandit coin. That is so important for the route. That's the backbone of the route. Head on to the future. We place Donnie now so that we get moved further down this runway. As you can see, now instead of the red lab, we go to the blue lab. Make sure to pick up that potato pot. You could have done it earlier if you wanted to. Just a little more efficient now. And then we need to go back to the dungeon. We're going to go over to the Shigure village at the end. We have the Shoutaki. Make sure you don't go back into the Cave of Ancient Mirrors. Just gonna progress the story here. We're gonna use it. We're gonna head on out, give Shingala the thing. I do have to note one thing when we get there though. So, there's a bad soft lock here. If you have this initial position camera and you go here, and for some reason you can't see the character like this, and you give the wrong thing to Shingala, the character will try to find the camera, can't, and you'll be soft locked. Presumably they're trying to find it to shrug at it. Make sure you can see the camera in case the character in case you give the wrong thing. But we just want to give the medicine. We're gonna go back to the dungeon, back to the end, and now for the gimmick fight. You need to make sure your weapon has some durability. If it's broken, you can't hurt these Shigure. Pretty simple, just unfortunately the FOV does not help. Just smack him. And hope for not too much of a troll here. And very simple. Just gonna go around here and grab a bunch of upgrades, but we need to make sure that we pick up the Sapphire and Peridot as well. Sapphire to sell and Peridot to use. If we're desperate, we'd sell the Peridot as well, but we'll see.
Chapter 5, Conflict of the Past and Future.
At the beginning of chapter 5 here, we're going to start at the station. But before we can go to the dungeon, we're going to have to actually go up and into Emerald to unlock the dungeon. After this, we need to do a little bit of setup before we go into the dungeon because things are going to change. First of all, we need to go to Vinicchio. We're here for two reasons. One, to pick up that windmill. That again, we are going to need when we do the diorama for this chapter. Leave everything else alone because you have to be able to go to Luna Lab later on, just before chapter 6, and then head over to Powell's Cave. Talk to Powell. I'm gonna give him that carrot that we've had since the beginning of chapter 2, so you really need to have this by the time you get here. This is the strongest character in the game, support-wise. Absolutely, no questions asked. Now we can go to our station. And at this point, I'm just going to point out, Eric is no longer outside. So you just need to go into the middle carriage. And well, of course, talk to Eric here. Make bombs. If you don't have any cherries, you might want to pick some up from Adele here, because there are some barons flying around that can kind of just shoot you real quick and inflict stop. Usually you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, you can buy healing here if you need to, but we still have that crunchy bread from earlier. I haven't used any. And then add Pow to the party. Now what Pow does is, even though if we were to go in here and see, he does not a lot, but if we look on the right, he gives us the map, he detects mimics, which means when you try to open a chest, he'll tell you if it has a mimic in it, and detects the gate key monster, which means that the monster will blink on the map. So if you have the map plus the magic crystal, you can find out where the gate key holder is right away. And we're ready to continue. That's it. Now, the lists here are going to be a little different because you don't actually have to know which enemy has the key, and you don't have to know how many because we know which enemy has the key because it blinks. It is nice to know, to remember the enemy type, like this first floor, for example, is a hunter fox thing, a blue fox, but I think it's called like rifle wolf or something. But the thing to remember is that we do need 3 geostones, the first floor, the second floor, and the 5th one, and the second floor has a red seal on it. So you gotta be a little bit careful there. 5-4 has a blue seal, and we're going to need an improved bomb to kill the enemy there. They can guard randomly, and I think it'll take a second one if so, so we want to make sure you have 2 for safety, but we just made 6, so we're good to go. And after floor 5, if you have the money, we'll be leaving the dungeon and doing a diorama and shopping at that point, so we're going to be doing it really early. The idea here is that we can switch over to our endgame build, which is max with the steel gun, as soon as possible, because our weapon is going to start falling off. Like, I know that Rifle Wolf is not the one because it's not blinking on the map, but is the correct enemy type. I do have the enemy types memorized at this point. We do need money, so we are going to open chests. We're going to need around 5,500 this chapter, ideally as early as possible. Some of it is going to be used on creating the barrel cannon, and some of it is going to be used for the steel gun, and then some of it for the diorama. And as soon as I have a magic crystal, not that crystal, I'll be able to show what it looks like on the map here. And we got the crystal fairly early, so if you look on the map, you'll see in the top right, you'll see the enemy is blinking. That is the gate key holder. And if we were to get nearby them, of course remembering the stone here, if we were to get nearby them without it, you would see them blink as well. So you don't have to have the magic crystal, it just speeds it up because you can go right to where the enemy is, which you need. At this point, we want to make sure that we start getting our Shamshir to +5. And anywhere between +5 to +7. So I just completely forgot what I was going to say. We do have this peridot that we picked up. This is from placing the windmill earlier and going to the future and grabbing that. And of course we have the sapphire from 100%ing. Putting down the symbol of Lunar Lab, not 100%ing. Fully 100%ing needs the Lunar Stones and it gets you the Nova Cannon, and we don't need that. So if you have upgrades, use them now. Make sure that the fruit is used on max. A downside to POW is the map we just grabbed. We have the map, so anytime you open a chest with the map, it is unfortunately just lost time. I'm currently looking for the geostone. I was hoping we wouldn't have to go all the way to the left. Blue suit here, we need to make sure, of course, to not die max, but he's starting to have a lot more HP than before. Because we have been pumping the extra fruits of Eden onto him. And right here we can see that the game tells you, you know, there's a mimic, just press cancel. You don't want to open that. It is on a rifle wolf, so I wanna... I'm checking carefully because the enemy, if it's on top of something else, you won't see it blinking. Okay, perfect. We have a crystal. And we can see, again, that it's in the top left, so we can just head on that way. And we're gonna just wait, make sure the enemy is not moving, and just toss a bomb in it. Of course, grabbing chests. I know I have enough money already, but you may or may not at this point. You want to make sure you have enough at the end of the next floor, ideally. We do need to make sure to get this geostone. I chose to go down instead of over first because of the chest here. And with that, we are done with the dungeon for now. Ideally, you will have enough stuff. So we're just going to exit the dungeon. And it's time to go shopping. Now that we're done with the portion of the dungeon, we're going to just go on over to Heimra to stop. We're right here, we may as well. We don't have to go through Sundane. It doesn't really matter, but head on over to the middle cart. I personally wouldn't have to do this right now because I know I have enough money, but usually you're going to have to do this, so that's where we're going to do it. We're going to make some bombs with Eric. We don't have enough because we had a good segment, so we won't be able to get the other 3, which is fine. If you were low on healing at this point, you could pick up some from Ferdinand, but I'd highly recommend focusing on making sure you can afford G-Roma first. Get Pow. This is going to be pretty par for the course. We get Eric, we get Pow, and we always make sure to have Pow with us, except for a couple of portions. We want to make sure that we have our Giorama stuff and our weapon and all this good stuff. And the dungeon's not going to be as dangerous for this chapter, from what's coming. Now, our shopping. It's going to be pretty expensive. We're going to need to get 10 rolling logs, 10 gunpowder. That's going to be for the barrel cannon for the Ridepod because we have to use it to defeat the Deathark. Everything else does 0% damage after a couple of seconds. For some reason, it takes a moment for the mechanic to kick in, and then you'll never damage it again. And then we need glass, clay, a ton of metal, 10 silver balls, and 10 light elements. That's going to be for the steel gun. That's going to be our weapon that we're switching to. Some 4 hunks of copper, 4 thunder element, and 3 fire elements. So at this point, we're going to sell stuff. Do not sell this. You sell this, you're not going to have a new weapon. It's over, right? So do not sell the bandit coin. try to keep the Peridot if possible, but it is 500 gilda if we get desperate. This does give us some attack, which is really what we care about. It's 5 attack. It's a little bit of flame, exorcism beast, whatever, but we care about the attack on it. The sapphire, which does not get attacked, so we're going to sell that. That was from having the 80 culture points to get the symbol of Lunar Lab in chapter 4. We don't need bundles of hay. Ideally, we can keep some of these elements for chapter 7, but we don't actually need them here. We can sell them if you get desperate. We only need 4 thunder elements, so I'm going to get rid of them. I don't care about the mighty healing. I could totally sell the bread, but I'm not going to. Keep stones. They don't sell for a lot, but they're useful in chapter 7 on some bosses. We actually don't need this much repair powder coming up. We're only going to need 3. So if you get desperate, you can just sell some. Get rid of this. Anti-petrify, it's kind of whatever if you hold this or not. It's useful in chapter 6. Gun repair, we need this. We're going to be switching to a gun, so we're going to need this. Get rid of our extra fish real quick here. Coin, we don't need the bombs. And the paint. Excuse me, my voice. Obviously, I have way more money than I need. If you did need more, you could, of course, just remove the bombs that were equipped. But we're good to go here. So, the 10 rolling logs, the 10 gunpowder, again, for the barrel cannon. We're going to need our glass here. That's going to be 15 of it. And then we're going to need 40 sticky clay. And then after that, we can just scroll right down here. We need 106 metal. And then our 10 silver balls. As you can see, it's quite pricey. That's 200 each one. 4 hunks of copper. 10 light elements, also expensive. And then we need our 4 thunder elements, which we have, and 3 fire elements. And that's it. Now it's on to Diorama. Diorama is going to be pretty simple. We're going to need 10 pots. This is for culture points, and we have to have 10 pots regardless. An iron chimney, we're going to need that. And we're going to use that to get Gerald anyways. If I recall, Gerald just needs a certain amount of culture points for moving in. The brick house, which we do have because we need something to put the chimney on. We don't have a brick chimney, so we can't put it on the iron houses. Iron stands, 3 of them, 3 iron houses, the windmill, which we have from chapter 4, and 1 generator, 1 great crane, and 1 power arm. Quite minimalistic. So the idea is we're going to walk up to here. There is kind of like an open area here between these gazers, as we can see. So we're just, it's kind of hard to see. It's dark right now. We're just going to go into here. And just scroll down to the bottom. 1 power arm, 1 great crane, 1 generator. We have the windmill, 3 iron stands, 3 iron houses. Just press L1 and get the iron chimney. L1 and then down and get 10 pots. So we're going to start with the stands. And we're going to plop them down. 1, 2, 3. An iron house. You can move it back if you want. Initial position works just as well. I put it facing this way so I can easily get into it. We're going to put the power arm and great crane into it because somebody needs to be in a house with the power arm, someone needs to be in one with the great crane, so just put them both down. Now at this point, we do need to have someone in a house on the 3rd floor, and we need to have Borneo moved in. So we just put Borneo in. There we go. We can slap the generator down wherever, it doesn't matter. Grab our other iron houses, and we're just going to face them inwards. I guess these 2 don't really matter, unless you're going to be moving Cedric and Erican, which I'll talk about later, you don't really have to do. Put the windmill in. The brick house is just going to face somewhere where we can gain access to it. Hop down the iron chimney, and then at this point we're going to put some pots down, and we're going to do a triangle. We're going to do 1, 2, 3. This way they affect the bottom and the top. If you put a 4th down, it only affects the top building. So we're just going to do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't have to be super tight, and then throw the last one down in between the 3. That only affects the bottom one. And if done correctly, you'll have over 100 culture points. You need to have 100. And of course, don't forget that chimney. That's so that the elevator is going to work, and we need Gerald as well. Always remember to move him in. And with that, we are ready to proceed. Get the guts in here. Switch over to max. We're going to take our final picture, which is this work crane. You just need to get it on like the little pointy end kind of area. If you do it like up here, it's not going to work. You can also wait until you go up higher, which we're about to go up to the second floor. Head on over to the left here after you go to the north. Go to the second floor to trigger the cutscene. We're going to be given the bomb to destroy the fire squall. And then we will head over to the right here. And if you wanted to, at this point, you could get a closer snapshot if you wanted. See, it doesn't matter when you get that. Head on to the first floor, and first we're going to go right a little bit, and we're going to grab this chest. It's a fruit of Eden. Then we're going to head back to the left so that we can get to our teleporter. There is a chest here. That is a witch parfait. I'd say it's okay. You can skip it, you can grab it. I would grab it because of one of the strategies that we're going to be doing to deal with scroll floors in chapter 6 and 7, which is just use a bomb with Monica. At this point, we are now going to pop the fruit on max. Again, any remaining fruit is going to go on max. We'll use that witch parfait. We're going to spectrumize this peridot. You can remove these bombs as well. Go to our make menu here, and we're going to use that work crane, and we have that book and fountain stored from earlier. So we're going to go all the way up. We're going to grab book, and then our fountain. Work crane, book, fountain. That'll make the steel gun. And then from here, we're going to go back in, and we're going to grab the fountain because we're already on it. Go down and grab the mushroom that we stored earlier, and then go all the way up and get the barrel. The mushroom, if you didn't take that picture, would be the worst. I guess a fountain would be kind of annoying to get to, but you can get that in Palm Brinks pretty easily. But the mushroom, you'd have to redo all of Jurek Mall, so of course we make sure to get that. So we're going to make the steel gun, and of course if you had the materials already, the 10 logs and 10 gunpowder, you would make the barrel cannon. We can now equip both. We're going to go into here, put the peridot in it, if you didn't have to sell it. It just gives a little power boost. Now, before we continue, we can go ahead and remove that. We're going to grab the heals off Monica. And we're going to need a couple things. First, we need a weapon. We can't remove Monica's weapon unless we have one. At this point, I would recommend getting 2 gun repair powder if you don't have it. That's all you really need, but you can buy more if you want while you're here. Just because you can get some gun repair powder in chests. But if you don't want to deal with that, you could buy like 5 gun repair powder now. But I'm gonna see if I get some in chests, and we'll deal with it later if we don't have it. I'm down here with Monica and tell her, be my friend. She'll give you a Gladius for free because she wants you to build it up. Well, we're not going to do that. We're just going to equip it. And at this point, we're going to spectrumize our weapon. It's +5, so that's good. Anything between +5 and 7 is good. Don't go beyond that. And with that being said, we have POW. We have everything we need. All we have to do is go into the dungeon to continue onwards. Continuing on, there's a couple things to talk about here with the steel gun. It is a beam weapon, it's a penultimate weapon. It does very good damage. Most enemies don't resist it. There are a few later that will, a couple of them. But one thing to remember is it's very strong. It can steal stuff from enemies, which is useful for money, but also for getting stamina drinks later. As we can see, every time we shoot it, it burns some of our durability. Now, we can't put this Shamshir in yet because it has, well, 1 point, but as soon as we level it up to +1, we're going to put that in. We can grab this repair powder, gun repair, flop it over. One thing to remember is for some reason you can't out cancel. See, I'm pressing L1, and I cannot out cancel. You can guard cancel, but you can't out cancel. Not like you really need to right now, and yes, the enemy's waiting for us. We don't need any more geostones, so the earlier you get the enemy, especially with magic crystals helping you out, well, the better. Those enemies guard a lot, those Griffon's army. So, they can be obnoxious sometimes. We don't have darkness yet, but you can see that we are, of course, tearing the enemies apart, and we had the peridot to put into our weapon. And we're just going to continue onwards. We don't need much in the way of money. We're going to get money naturally. And wow, what a tiny layout. That's quite rare. We are going to get money quite naturally. I don't want to get shot, so I'm going to just eliminate that. And which one is it? This one? There's 4 of them. As you can see, that green item, that is what we stole. We stole some cheese. Cool. But the main thing that we'll be wanting later is we'll be wanting stamina drinks. Again, if we have the key, we don't need to bother with opening chests. If you want a little bit of extra ABS, if there is a wind gem run, you can shoot it. It'll die in 2 hits because our weapon is lightning mainly. Quite useful, as there's a lot of enemies that are going to be weaker to lightning. We're just going to climb on up all the way. We'll need a little bit of money later just to get some gun repair, but like we're going to have bombs, so it doesn't really matter. And you'll be opening chests again anyways to try to get magic crystals. To show where the enemy is right away. Don't bother with trap chests at all. Don't bother with geostones, we don't need them. Man, where is this luck when I do runs? Like for real. Like getting the ABS early is nice because as soon as we get our weapon to +1, again we're going to put that Shamshir in. The main thing we want, of course we're going to get some attack from it, but the main thing is the darkness. Again, the darkness is still chilling inside that weapon. Sure, if you somehow randomly got an extra dark coin, you could opt to use it, but it'd be pretty inefficient. It'd be much better to just sell it. Because it's not going to help a ton right now, and it doesn't take very long to get a weapon to +1 anyways. Always make sure you go far enough. Remember, the game is not very good with rendering enemies, so you need to make sure that you can see them on the map close enough. And believe me, you're going to get render memes. It's going to happen. In this case, I'm not going to bother to open chests because the floor is small enough. If it's a big floor, absolutely. Or if there's a locked door, absolutely. Our weapon is +1 now, so we're going to grab that shamshire and pop it in. As you can see, why I said +5 to +7, we have 7 points. If it was beyond +7, it would take 8 points to put it in. And getting it even higher isn't going to affect the attack much more. And with that, our weapon is, it's like 15 attack points higher. We have darkness, we have our steel, where we are going to tear enemies apart. At this point, we don't need to bother getting ABS anymore. We can get more in Chapter 7, which will be much faster to level it up, and we only need a couple of levels regardless. However, coming up here, we now have Deathark. If you have Ridepod fuel that you got from a rock, cool. That would be nice. It'd be useful. But otherwise, you might want to consider making a save. And then you can go into the fight if you want, but since you're, if you're just learning this, you're going to be more of a beginner. There's a safety strat we can do. We can go get Cedric. Now, Cedric would give you a refuel. It'll take all his energy, but you get a refuel. So all you do is go to the station here. That was a sick first half of Chapter 5. Sorry, just saying. Where's that luck, man? Where's that luck, man? We'll grab him. Again, if you really want to risk it and you get better, you can skip this. Like, I don't do this anymore. But as you can see, we see refuel. It takes 64 points. Go into the dungeon. This fight is quite a dangerous fight. You do absolutely need to make sure that you're prepared for this. So I would recommend even practicing a bit. Our weapon does 65 damage a hit, and the boss has 6,500 HP, so it takes 100 shots. But for some reason, some of them miss, so we're gonna need 3 repair powder. If we look at the Ridepod here, it has 50 ammo, and 1 repair powder heals half of it, half the durability here. So we need 2, and that's going to cover 100 shots in total. But again, some of them miss, so we need to have 3 repair powder. It's not gonna take you more than that, unless you're like shooting a rock for forever for some reason, right? Our Ridepod is already damaged a bit. That's because we had fought Linda. You could repair it if you want. It's kind of whatever. Like, the machine gun fire from this boss is going to destroy it in like 2 hits, and the cannon will destroy it in a single hit. So it's not even going to help if you have refueled it at some point off Cedric. And again, you wouldn't want to do that here because, well, it takes all the energy if you have them, or if you have the Ridepod fuel. So we're just going to go in, use the bomb, and we're going to be moving sideways. So at the start, we're going to mount it, and we're going to go left. We're going to sidestep until we hear a cannon fire, and then we're going to just keep holding in a direction. We're going to hold left, and if we do this, what's going to happen is the boss is going to keep rotating. If you need to go over, dismount, and use Cedric. Cedric, get back on the Ridepod. Now be careful, when you're right in front of it, or rather right in the side there, where that emblem is, it's going to unload on you. You can hear it's going off. There's a safe spot from cannon fire and machine gun fire right behind it, where the thrusters are, so we kind of just hang out here. Now, this arena is huge. You can opt to just go right if you want as well. This arena extends all the way around. You can go down there. That's kind of dangerous if you were to do that, but if you go around it, you're safe. But of course, there's rocks in the way. But you can just keep going over and shooting the boss. just beware of any rocks that could be in your way. Like that. And you can see we're right behind it. And if it starts turning around, well, we'll just go the other way. And you can see it's turning around again, so we're just gonna go back again. And you can see we got hit. I guess it might be like 3 shots to break the Ridepod, and it did a little bit of damage. And with that, the boss is down. So ideally, you just kind of go over, and it turns a certain way, and then you can take advantage of that, and then you go the other way, and you take it down. But just be aware of the boss's rotation, and you kind of want to be behind it as much as possible. I would definitely recommend practicing. Now, to continue on, we're going to have to go down here. And at this point, we need POW again. So, if you can get to the point where you don't need Cedric, or you have fuel, then of course that's going to save you time, because you don't have to leave the dungeon, you don't have to go get POW again. And so, I don't even bother with Cedric anymore. As you can see, I didn't need him. At this point, you could go to the future if you were on like PS4, but we have a little skip we're going to do at the end of the dungeon on PS2, so we don't have to worry about it. I'll cover it when we get there. But we're just going to go into the dungeon now and progress. At this point, you absolutely need to make sure that the Shamshir is broken down. Because Monica has left the party. And do not die. You die? There shouldn't be any reason why you die here, but if you die, it's a game over because we don't have Monica. Right? Now, something you can do here if you get these golems, they're only on this floor, but you can try to steal stamina. And there we go. We got it on the first hit. Nice. That will make Gaspard much safer, much better. They can also drop it. And you could use 2 on him. You could even use 1 on Gaspard if you wanted. Oh, sorry, Cyrus coming up. You don't have to worry about too much gun repair powder because we're not going to burn a ton on Gaspard. He's going to go down pretty quick, and it's not like you're going to be going around hunting all the enemies. I just have to found some golems here which can speed things up. But the norm is that you wouldn't have stamina drinks. So when I show the boss, I'll show mainly without it, and then I'll show a little bit with it. Here's our enemy, it's a Chimera. If I recall, they can drop stamina. You know what, since there is a locked door, I'm going to demonstrate something real quick. This is the only dungeon you can do this, but if there's like an enemy over there, like, imagine that the enemy we needed was like right in front of here, right? You could target it, and then you could shoot it if it was in front of the gate here. Like here, for example. Imagine that golem was the enemy we need. Of course, they have a weird bug associated with them, or sometimes they do no effect. But yeah, see, you can kill enemies over this if need be. Watching our health, of course. Didn't need to do that, there was a vault in there. But yeah, you can kind of be a bit cheeky with it and not have to get the keys sometimes. Assuming that was the enemy we needed, but of course we did not need that. That is the correct enemy type, but not the one that we need. These masked guys, you do have to shoot them from behind. If you shoot them from the front, for example, they'll block it. That is the enemy type for this floor. Those Bone Lords, man, they are obnoxious. They guard a lot, so if you can find something to throw at them, go ahead and do that. That'll help out. You can even toss an improved bomb at them if you wanted to. I'll find a floor here, which is a dragon, and then I'm gonna go over the normal way to progress, but I'm gonna show also what we do. We have a little skip. The Firehorn skip. It's not that difficult to perform, but it'll take some practice. Just gotta say, where is this luck and runs? Chapter 4 was amazing for this recording. Chapter 5 is insane. Like, come on, man. Give me it during runs. At this point, of course, since I said you should practice this, I would recommend making a save here. Just a practice save, not during runs. Maybe, like, on your first runs, you might want to make a save, because, again, if you die and get sparred, well, it's game over, and he does hit kind of hard. So, normally, if you're on PS2, we'll progress. But, if you're on PS4, you're gonna have to leave. I don't think you can do Firehorn skip on PS4, if I recall. Or at least on the PS4 port. And you have to actually get the Firehorn. It's not that big of a deal. What you would do is you would head on over. You go to the future. I'm just gonna speed through this real quick. You have to go to the 3rd floor. I actually haven't done this in ages. The skip saves like a minute and a half or so, because you skip having to do this. You go to the 3rd floor, and you go up to the command center, and you get the Firehorn. Which is the item right here, and you would use it on the lava bridge, which I'll show that when we get there. And then you would go into the dungeon, and you go all the way through here, and you'd progress to the end. Now, if you're on PS2, you don't need to do that. And of course, if you have to do the fire horn, you would then use it here and progress. But for PS2, what we do is we go up to this corner and there's a seam. And if you hold up left and you have a bad enough controller, I guess, you will start to walk on the seam. And we're going to walk upwards and we're going to have to adjust our camera a bit. I use the lava fall on the right as my visual guide. When I get too far from it, I will adjust it back. And it usually takes like 3 or 4 adjustments if you don't wildly adjust it like I just did. And when we get up here, we need to pop into the ceiling. So we're going to open the menu and then exit. And that'll push you up. So then we're going to go over to here. There's going to be a little segment right there, this like corner. And we're just going to walk into this corner here, diagonally, until we pop out. Sometimes it takes a little bit, sometimes you get out right away. Just make sure to move diagonally, and then turn the camera up and go towards the big room. We're going to up warp, and we're going to turn around, and there's going to be the walkway right here that we need to land on. If you miss it, not a big deal, it'll up warp you again, and then you can try to land on this. You have to land on here. You can't just land on the big room because the trigger is on this side, and if you land on the big room, you have to leave the dungeon. So I'm going to do that again, and I'll actually land there and show what happens. You essentially are kind of like pseudo soft lock. Like, you can leave the dungeon, but you can't progress until you do so. I guess it's not really a soft lock. You're just kind of screwed until you leave the dungeon. So I'll do it again real quick. And I'll show what happens, and then I'll do it again for real. This is something you should practice, definitely, if you are on PS2. The region doesn't matter. You can do this on JP as well. Like this is on all the versions except PS4. If I recall, it might have something to do with collision, or it might just be that the DualShock 4s are too accurate and you can't get this kind of speed that you need. So we just go back to the big room. Now, what if you actually went to the big room? Of course, I'll show what happens. So, oh, cool. We're in there. Nice. Oh, great. Okay, what about our trigger? Well, as you can see, you can't go back. So even if you were to run around, etc., there is no trigger here. So that's why you need to make sure that you land on that path past the lava. So I'll do it a third time real quick, and I'll do it the correct way here. If you're using a first-party PS2 controller, I think you can do is you can unplug the controller and plug it back in. And as long as you don't press like up, down, left, right exactly too much, it'll take a moment for the PS2 to, I guess, calibrate it. And you can get this kind of speed just as easily on a first party. But of course, unplugging the controller is a little bit annoying in order to get that. So for quality of life, of course, we do allow the third-party jank controllers, and it's kind of better overall anyway, since they're not as expensive. Turning the camera up so I can see a visual on where I need to be. And there you go. Again, nice and simple. That is the fire horn skip. Again, on PS4, you can't do that. You have to get the fire horn. Now, Gaspard. Gaspard hits pretty hard, but in order to not deal with his magic as much, we're going to be in melee range. So just target him, block his hits. Only do like 3 or 4 shots and then shoot him. He does have iframes when he uses his blue attack, but if you have stamina, you can just stamina and kind of get him. Fireballs, he does 4 in a row, remember that. Of course, I'm going to heal. I'm trying not to use my crunchy bread, I want to hold it, but don't worry about it. It's there to use. Don't be afraid to use it. I'm just being stubborn. And that's phase 1. Phase 1 is the more difficult part. After this, you have a few cutscenes, and we have phase 2, which is very easy. But yeah, be careful. He can even unlock your camera. Just be within melee range and do like 3 shots and block. Or if you feel cheeky, you can try for a 4th one if you know your spacing is good. Because you can see he was missing some melee. This part, just go up and kind of shoot him. Don't stand right next to him, otherwise he's going to blast you. When he goes up, he's going to do 4 fireballs. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can turn around and start shooting. If you have stamina, that's great. 1, 2, 3, 4. After enough time, he's going to get mad. And he's just going to stand there and give you a huge opening. After that, he'll kind of try to go up again, if I recall. Or he walks to the end. I think he goes up first. Yeah. I'm just gonna continue to show stuff here. And you can see he'll go dark, and what's gonna happen is he'll have to refuel his fire. And you can see this is a huge opening. All of this. He'll hop in, and then he gets dangerous and starts to shoot you with fireballs. But there's no reason it should ever get to that point. Even without stamina, you'll burn through him real quick. You could see he was just like standing there for a while. He's a sitting duck when he's doing that. Like, it's never going to get to the fire phase. But at that point, he might start, or he would start shooting you with a bunch of fireballs, and you just have to block it and wait it out and kind of shoot as needed.
Damn.
But yeah, let's get started. At this point, we now have to go to the future, and we're just gonna burn through a bunch of cutscenes here. I think you could do is, if you were worried about money, you could move Cedric and Eric in, and this would cause you to 100% the dungeon, and then you come in and you get the Daedalus Blade, which you can sell, but there's no reason to do that. We're not gonna bother with any upgrades. There are a bunch. Sure, you could get them if you wanted to, go around and get them, but there's no reason to. You don't need them. Things are calculated out for this. Worth noting real quick, this is a break. This is the first real break in the run. There's a slew of cutscenes here. This one's kind of long, the next one's decent, and the one after that is kind of short, if I recall, and then the 4th one is kind of longer. Yeah, but there's going to be a much longer one in a bit, right before chapter 6. But this is like a good break if you want to like grab something to eat, something to snack on. Now we are at a point where, okay, it's like we need to progress, and to progress we need to go to Luna Lab. So we're going to do that. And this is why we didn't demolish any other thing here, because we do have to go here for progression. And in a couple of cutscenes is going to be the longer break in the run. A little bit longer than the first Asnos cutscene there. That's like good for a bathroom break. Right here.
Chapter 6, When Two Eras Collide.
That's the end of chapter 5. Right away, it does want you to go up to here, but before we do that, we are going to do a little bit of prep. We can turn around, and in our second cart, who's going to be waiting for us? If you have enough bombs, you don't have to worry about this. I wouldn't even bother, but you're probably not going to have enough. Well, Eric's in here. So we make our bombs. And then we head on up, and we grab POW. And if you needed healing, you could pick it up here, for example. Ferdinand. You can make like a couple of chicken, but honestly, I just buy it if so. Right. I still have all my crunchy bread. Grab POW, because we're going to need him for chapter 6. And then we're going to go to Palm Springs. We're going to grab some gun repair powder. We're going to need it for chapter 6 for all of it. So we're going to get about 5. Should be good enough. I had such a crazy chapter 5 segment that I didn't even have to open my chest, so I didn't end up getting any. Of course, the cost goes up throughout the game. And at this point, make sure that you have some healing on. If you have a stamina, that's cool, but we are about to go and face off against Cyrus. So press right, go to Griffon's castle, and you can go right in. Skip the cutscene and come on in. Now, our only way of dealing with him is max, so make sure you don't die. He does hit pretty hard, but we are using a ranged weapon. You can see when he comes close, you can block his attacks. Do not be afraid to be liberal with healing. We're not going to need a ton here after this segment. Just shoot him. Be close enough. Just beware if he comes close to you. To either move or guard. If he tries to shoot, he's going to shoot 6 roses. And if he has them on screen and we hit the cutscene here, they disappear and he'll try to shoot you with nothing. As you can see, he tried to come forward right away. Be careful about that. But let's say we have stamina. If you have stamina, use it right away. Don't wait until any point in the fight, just blast him ASAP. Because the stamina will last longer than the entire fight. But honestly, it's such an easy fight that there is a priority here where I would use it on Gaspard phase 1 first, if you had one. As I can also push into phase 2 with it. And then if you do have a second, then use it here. Otherwise, just shoot him like normal, be careful of your health. Remember, darkness saps your health, and take it easy. And then we're in cutscene hell, so we're going to go through all that real quick. Now we can jump to anywhere we want into the future. We're not going to do that. Do not do that. Oh my goodness, if you accidentally were to like, oh my god, I went to Luna, then don't do that. It's so slow. At this point, if you haven't gone and bought your gun repair and stuff, then do so now, but we already did that, so we're just going to progress. Now we're going to start in the order of fire, water, wind, earth. You can kind of do them in any order you want, it's not a big deal. I just do fire first, that's it. Now we have to go to each individual dungeon here with the split paths, because now we're going to do these. And that's it. Worth noting that on the water, there will be a red seal, so you either need to get a seal breaking scroll or just use improved bombs. There's really no need to use a seal breaking scroll. But if you wanted it, when you go to buy the gun repair powder, you would go to Morton. If you're worried about dying with Monica, which you shouldn't be because she'll have enough HP, she can survive 2 hits. So you should be able to panic, open the menu, and heal if need be. There have been some memes. There's one in a marathon recently where I almost died as Monica, and it was a bit spooky. But they are here, they're 1500, but we're only going to need 2 bombs to defeat the turtle. And we know which enemy has the key because we have POW, so that's 300. So you will lose 1200 Gilda if you buy this. I mean, I could demonstrate it, what it does real quick. So I will, for the sake of this, just show what it does. Right, so if we did decide to buy it, okay, we'll get there when we get there. But I would recommend not even bothering to do this. We're just gonna use bombs. It's okay. Just note that you have to be safe when we get there, and I will explain plenty of stuff when we get on the floor. I just want to know, I had no idea the enemy would be there. Just getting lucky here. Make sure if you get the key, you go to the star door. Do not go to the regular door. Otherwise, you're going to be coming back. Oops, make sure to use the key. Otherwise, you will have to come back, and that's not good. The enemies here aren't a threat, but remember that we are going to know a harder section, and the enemies are going to be a little stronger. We're gonna have to do a red wolf, a fire elemental, and then a skeleton dude, and then we have the boss. Alright, that was a very good fire segment. Here we are at the boss. This boss can hit pretty hard. Just remember to block. You can block all his stuff without issue. Just be at range and block. If he comes close, he might try to do a melee. And you can see it's like a long animation. It gives you an opening. Just do 1, 2, 3 maybe, and then block. Just be safe, because he can hit you very hard and you will go down. You can do like a backup where you like throw whatever throwables you have with Monica and stuff, but ideally it doesn't get to that point. Just be safe, make sure to block, only do a few shots. For this tortoise, if you have extra bombs, you might want to use them. It's like okay, but it guards a lot. But as you can see, we can take it down in a couple, and we can see it's just guarding a ton. Not a big deal if you have them or not. I wouldn't be afraid to use them though. But they can sit there and guard. So it is useful to toss a couple bombs at them. And they even guarded that second bomb, but still did a bunch of damage. Beware of these enemies' beam. Again, they can petrify you. If you still have the anti-petrify amulet, you can put it on. You can just block their beam though. Or if you still have the Medusa's tears, then you don't have to worry, because you can get rid of it. It's just only problematic if there's a ton of enemies nearby and it's hard to get to the enemy you need. Now, here we have the red seal. Grab the bombs. If you are worried and you know you're of course beginner, probably, and you're really scared about down here, no shame in that. You can use the seal breaking scroll that you could have bought beforehand, which I showed and mentioned. You can do that beforehand, and you can just use max and run around and defeat the enemy using max. But it's only going to be 2 improved bombs. So, to do that, you would just use the scroll, and then you can run around as max and shoot the enemy. However, what if you didn't do that? What if you could only use Monica? Well, I'll show how to handle that real quick. We're looking for a little turtle. So you would just throw a bomb and throw a second one. But again, if you were worried about other enemies killing you, you could buy the seal breaking scroll instead, and then it's of course safer because you can kill them with max, or if max died, well, you at least have Monica left to throw them. So whichever one you want to do, it's just this is faster. Now we have the water boss. The serpent is quite easy, just don't get hit by it. It takes a while to approach you. It'll go underground probably, in which case you just have to run around and make sure you don't get hit, and then target it again. So we just target it, start shooting. As it gets nearby, you can back up, shoot it. And there, I wanted it to go down the show, and as you can see, it came up right away, so just run, and very simple. With the balalas here, or whatever they're called, the flowers. Just make sure you don't get hit by the spit, because you do not want to get hit by goo. Make sure we keep our health up. Those little fairies can just go at you. There are many of these flower enemies, so just pay close attention to the map when you get near them. Here we have a blue seal. There's no need to get like a seal breaking scroll for this floor, of course. Just be safe. Don't get wrecked by their charges, the blue moles. I want to check my weapon real quick while we're here. This weapon only needs to go so far. At the end of the run, we're going to get 16 attack on it. So, if I recall, this will max out at +3 or +4. Depending on how much you put into the championship, I guess. Here we have Lapis Garter. This boss is dangerous. This is the most dangerous. It can pierce your guard. Be careful when it gets near you because it might spin, and as you can see, it's a 20 damage even though we're blocking. It can do like a melee spin attack, yo-yo attack as well. That usually isn't going to hit you, but it's the spin that is the dangerous part. Be careful, that will wreck you if you're not guarding. And then the next one is going to be the Trentos, which is a joke, which you'll see. So all we have left is Earth. I opted to kill those real quick just because they were kind of in the way, but also because they can drop stones. Chill Stone is useful for a particular enemy, and there's 2 of them we gotta fight in Chapter 7. Because they're weak to ice. It's not a big deal, but having stones in Chapter 7 is useful for speeding it up. What a shame, not the correct exit. Not a big deal, just make sure you don't go to the wrong exit there, and head on back. Out of all of the dungeons here, Earth can be kind of the most annoying. Because it can be very windy, although this layout is great. So, don't be too worried if you lose time on the Earth segment, part of this chapter. We have a blue seal. Be careful. I've died here before. Be careful. Not in this category, I haven't. Now we have the Earth Boss. Well, this was a great chapter. That's what a really good chapter looks like. Or the chapter 4 or the chapter 5. That's not what you would normally expect. It's a shame it's not in a run for me because it'd be amazing, but it's also good because it makes the video a bit quicker. So Trentos, we're just gonna run up a bit. And then we're gonna start shooting. Sometimes he'll kind of derp and look around and do nothing, but as you can see, he dies before he even gets to you. So, absolutely the easiest boss, a bit of a joke. We have our final gem. Now we're going to leave the dungeon. And we need to go to Kazarov Stonehenge and turn them in. And then be prepared for cutscene hell again. But it's gonna be a lot more cutscenes to skip over and over. If you look at the monuments here, you can see the gems above them. You can see the earth, the wind, the water, and the fire. You can go in either order. It doesn't matter. I always go clockwise. Alright, we're past the cutscene now. That is a lot of cutscenes to skip. Now to progress, we need to speak to Osmond, the smash bit. I was going to ask you, are you ready to go? Press up and say yeah. Couple of cutscenes here. And then we'll be brought to MFP, Moonflower Palace. You can't just move to it like we did earlier in Chapter 6. Because it's not there yet. Really. I'm not sure what I mean. So here we are. You can see we're only at the stop. We can't go to the palace yet, like before. So you have to actually run up to the golden doors and go in. And with that, we'll be done with Chapter 6. That was a very fast segment.
Chapter 7, Palace of Flowers.
Pretty simple here at the beginning here. All you gotta do is run inside, unlock the dungeon, and then we're now kind of free to do whatever we want. So in this case, because we have the Ixion, if we go to Sundane Station, we're not going to be able to skip the cutscene anymore for whatever reason, so we go to Vinicchio. Why? Because there are no ramps that have to come down. So just go to the middle cart here, we're going to get Eric, whereas normally there's like a ramp that extends down and has a little animation for you to go up. Now, we still have some bombs, which are going to be used on Monica for the Guardia floor. You're going to need 3 of them. However, we can just go ahead and do this. Now, if you're worried, you can go buy a seal breaking scroll right now for the Monica floor in the dungeon, like we did earlier. At this point, I'd stock up on your chicken, though, selling whatever you have. If you don't have any bombs, do not sell your bombs. Make sure to keep some. There's no reason why you would ever need more than like 5, for example. But we are going to equip that chicken or your crunchy bread if you have it. Again, I don't normally get poly, so I'm not bothering with that. We're gonna pick up some gun repair powder if you need it. So this is kind of the segment where we are going to just get prepped for the dungeon, because we're going to do a lot of floors at once. So you might want to get like 5 gun repair powder, for example. And of course the price goes up again. If you were worried about Monica's floor later, there's only one floor, and that's floor 14. Where you need a seal breaking scroll. You can buy it here and use it. But I'm not going to do that. It's up to you how to handle things for that. With that being said, we can now, we sold some stuff, we got POW again, we got heals, we got gun repair, we have bombs, we're good to go. We're going to go in the dungeon. Now for our dungeon here, it's a little different than normal. Now it's going to be essentially, we're looking at the same kind of idea of we're just using power to kill the enemy, so you don't need to worry about that. Knowing which enemy has what is useful to have, of course, but a thing to remember is we're going to need a lot of geostones. To progress here, you have to get a bunch of stuff that's unique to this dungeon, or this particular area. So we are going to need 2, 5, 8, 10 through 15, and then 18, 20. So we need 11 different geostones, and we have a blue seal on Max's Longest Day, and Monica alone is a red seal, and there's a blue seal later on in the dungeon, near the end as well, to be careful and not die. When we get to the split, we're going to go the sun path first, and then we're going to go the moon after we get the flower. So make sure to write that down. Or number 5, be careful, there's a white seal. And that's it. We're just going to remember to get these stones. It's very common where you actually forget a stone. I forgot one recently. The floors here start to get pretty large. We'll keep our health up. At 96 HP is more than enough. If you were worried, you could have picked up some in Gundorada at the end when you go to go inside Pasnos. You could just go to like the 3rd floor, 1st floor, whatever, and go around and grab upgrades as necessary. There are a lot of silver gears there. They hit hard, be careful. You can block them fully though. Again, we looked at the list, so we know that floor 1 we don't need a geostone. However, the magic crystal still helps to find the key holder if we get it. Yeah, one thing to know, I should say, we do need to get some money. At the end of the dungeon, we're going to need 4.8k plus 3,600. 4.8k is going to be for our shopping, which we'll cover when we get there. Oh, the enemy's in the middle, what a shame. And then 3,600 will be final bomb, which we're going to be using for Griffon phase 1. So we're going to need a lot of money, but we'll be able to sell almost all of our bombs. If you see a healing bond, make sure to take advantage of that so we don't have to burn a chicken. Stay topped up. The enemies can hit, I think it's like 70-ish here. Some gears hit a little bit harder. If you ever get like an absorption coin, I'd recommend putting that in the weapon as well. Quite useful. You could do a time coin, but that's not that useful. It doesn't proc enough. Whereas absorption procs all the time for healing you back up. At this point, I'm just going to fast forward and blow through these a bit, picking up the stones where necessary and killing the enemies, of course. This chapter is dictated by how many magic crystals you get, essentially. That sucks. It was like right there at the start, and I just didn't go quite far enough. I checked the first enemy, but I didn't see the second one render. It didn't show up on the map. It was just another step away. Oh well. It happens. That's gonna happen many times. Floor 4. Here's our split path. Essentially, what we're gonna do is, when we get the key, we're gonna just go in the nearest exit. If 2 of them are nearby, Ridepod, that's useful. That's good for safety. I'd recommend using it. It can be sold for 500, but if you don't need to do it, then keep it. We can see, like, for example, though, that both exits are near each other on the right. Yeah, we'll just go in the sun path. We are aiming for the sun path, but if for like the key holder, let's just say the other door was on the sun is on the other side of the map, but we have the moon door and the key holder next to each other, well, we'll take the moon door because we have to come here twice anyways. So I have a situation. With a layout like this, I wouldn't do it, but it is possible since we do need the geostone, but we have the key. We could decide to just go through, come back in, and search for the geostone, and then leave the floor. So you'd continue to the next floor, you would come back into here, you'd get the geostone, and then leave the dungeon. You lose half your money, of course, but and with like a layout like this, it's a very good layout, so I wouldn't do that. I would just go find the geostone like this, and then head back over to the door. But if it was like a really horrible layout, you might want to consider doing that. Again, that would be just progressing to the next floor, then coming back and getting the stone. Just don't forget about it. Be careful of these fish. They hit very hard, and they're so dangerous. They can attack really quickly. Let me just double check we're on 7, right? Oh no, we are on 8. I was not paying attention. We're going much faster than I thought. This is a little faster than normal. No, we do need that geostone. I'm gonna go up there and grab it. Don't be afraid to shoot the fish if they get in your way. That's okay. Yeah, we're gonna go grab that. I made a slight error. I was zoned out. Completely zoned out. We do need that stone. Okay, golems. Golems, you can steal stamina and they drop it. If you steal it, they won't drop it though. So we are going to want ideally 3. We're going to want 1 for Griffon. Don't worry, there's more of them later. We're going to want 1 for Griffon, 1 for Dark Element and the twin bosses before, and 1 for the boss rush. So the priority though would be 1 for the final boss, and 1 for Griffon, and then the boss rush. So yeah, we're going to try to get 3. So when we see golems, we're going to shoot them, and hopefully we get some. Alright, here's our Moonflower Fan. This thing, as you can see, takes barely any damage from our gun. So we're going to throw any gems we have it. We got our stones. I don't know why I said gem. You can see it'll take 2 chill stones or 3 different 3 of any other element, like 3 flamestones, 3 wind, etc. that will kill it. Much faster than shooting an enemy that resists our weapon. We have our final stone here, floor 10, before the path splits. Make sure to get that. First segment here is done. This is the flower segment. So of course that's going right side. We still have all this left, which will be the next segment all the way up to here, and then we'll have the final segment with Giorama. So we're not doing Giorama until we're done with everything. So we're gonna go in here. We don't need any pictures, of course. We're done with any pictures. We're just going to get the flower and get out. And at this point, we do have to walk backwards here. I would recommend leaving. It's really, really, really risky to not do this, because enemies are going to get stronger. We're going to go down, and we're going to start grabbing some upgrades. There'll be an upgrade after every floor is done. After we finish every floor. You can skip every second chest, that's a witch parfait. However, if you're newer, I would recommend grabbing these because we are going to be using Monica to do bombs on a specific floor. This will be an item as well that's not there yet though, because we are not far enough from the dungeon. We need to do one more dungeon floor for that. Yes, every second item on each side will be a witch parfait. However, just go ahead and grab them all for now, which is fine. We're going to pop these onto max. We're going to use all the fruit on max. And then we use the witch parfaits. We can go ahead and put these on here. My res powder for safety, which is nice. Get that out of here. And if you really wanted to, and you didn't have bombs, because you like sold them earlier, you could go make some. But again, we have bombs already. So I'm just going to go right back into the dungeon. I'm going to go back to this floor. At this point, remember to grab every geostone up through floor 15. So, except this one. This one is the split path, of course. We need to go the night path. We already went the sun path, so I'm going to go the night path. But after this, we're going to make sure that we grab 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then 18 and 20. Oh, that's the sun. I I could have sworn the other one was sun, but I guess I didn't look good enough. That's why it's good to remember to check which door is which when you are there. I must have been completely blind because I couldn't just turn around and get into the night path. I'm blind. My bad. In this case, we don't have any keys, but there's a good chance this is a good chest. It's okay to give up a gun repair for that weapon. Be careful here. This is a blue seal. If you die, well, it's a good old rip. Make sure that we're very careful when shooting these gem rods. They do hurt very badly. While I'm here, make sure to steal them. We've got 3 of them here, that's nice. That's just a rock toaster, it's rock taster. Hopefully they start cooperating a little better than this. There is one, okay. We stole it so it won't drop off it. Pretty sure that's how it works. We have an elephant again. We're going to toss some stones out. We have way more than usual. Here's 1, 2, 3, and it's done. Of course, we still need the geostone, so we are going to have to go out of the way for that. Here's our red seal. Again, if you were worried, you could buy a seal breaking scroll. Remember, we do need to get the geostone while here. But it's just going to take a few bombs to defeat the Guardia. That's the key. Monica can take a hit. She has 96 HP. She has good defense. We grabbed those witch parfaits earlier. You should have no problem doing this. But again, if you are worried, you could, after getting the upgrades, you could go buy like a sealed breaking scroll or something. Just 1, 2, 3, and it's down. Alright. No, it is running good. Okay. So, there's a little too much in the way. I'm just gonna get rid of some of this. These take a bit to kill. You can toss some stones. A better thing would be like if you have a lightning stone, just toss it at them. Guess it does a lot of damage. Our weapon does lightning too, so it's not too bad. There's no need to level this weapon up further because we can see that this is +4, and we're gonna get 16 to our attack, and this weapon maxes at 150, so we're actually gonna have a little extra. So all you need is +3 usually to have it max out at the end of the game. But if you didn't get much in the way of power crystals on the Shamshire, then +4 is good. But there's no reason to get any more ABS from here on out. Floor 18 here, remember to get the stone. This thing, This Griff takes quite a bit to kill. It's pretty annoying. I mean, you could, it hits hard too. I mean, you have bombs, but as you can see, they don't do much. Stones don't do much. So, just go to town on it. And those bombs that you throw are, remember, 150 each, and you could sell them. It's not that bad to fight it. But it is the worst enemy here to fight. And with that, we're actually done with the second segment. We just need to do Alexandra's room now. We put the flower in. We're not gonna have to leave at this point to get upgrades again. It's just earlier we'd want to do that. We're just gonna finish up. We only have 5 floors remaining. We have 1 geostone left, that's right here, and then this is the final area, of course, with Griffon. We're not gonna go there. Once we get done with the dungeon, we're gonna hop on out. I had to pause a moment. I'm like, oh, where is it? It's above us. It's by the question mark. This enemy takes a little bit to kill. I'll just take him down now. This is the other blue seal floor, of course. So we do need to be careful. Again, always be careful to not die. We had a lot of our upgrades already, so should be pretty safe. Now for the final floor, of course we have the white seal here, so we're going to be a little bit careful. We're just looking for that dragon. Do I have holy water? There's a lot of things in the way here. We don't want to deal with that. Get out of here. That is in the way. I'm going to just delete that real quick. And that's it. We're out of here. Overall, pretty good. We should have enough money, I'd say, quite easily. But if we're lacking, we can sell one of our gems. And if we're really desperate, we can sell both, I guess. But with that, all we're going to do is exit the dungeon now. We're not going to dare to proceed because we need to get prepped. And of course we can't anyways, we have to do the diorama. I'm going to grab the power-ups on the sides here. No, we don't need that one right there. That's a witch parfait. That is the second chest going from the outside. And the same thing on the other side. We'll skip that one as well. There's a couple more witch parfaits on the bottom we're going to skip as well. Again, we're just fully onto max now. Since we're past that red seal, we don't need to bother with Monica. I'll grab this. This is a witch parfait, we don't need that. And if I recall, this is also witch parfait. So we're just going to go on the other side here. And grab the potato pie. And there should be this last upgrade right here. For that, we're going to quickly use all of these on max. We're of course going to heal up as well, because we won't heal until we get into the dungeon. And then leave. So at this point, we need to go get materials. We have our shopping list. We'll do this first. We'll make some bombs. If Monica has bombs equipped, remove them. We're gonna sell them. I can put all this chicken on. If you need healing, you can go ahead and go up to Ferdinand in the train and get some. You shouldn't need more than 10 chicken, so 10 is good enough. Ideally, you have one tasty water as well, just in case for the dragon boss and the boss rush. If you don't have it, you can buy it off Adele here. Let me check real quick. I believe Polly also sells it. I'm just gonna check that really quick here. Yeah, so Polly also sells water. And we're going to grab our party member here, Julia, who's going to be used for the bosses. She has an ability that, when used, says confuse. What this really does is this causes a stun effect. And we're going to use it on the twins in the boss rush right before Dark Element, and on Dark Element as well, which I'll explain when we get there. Granny Rosa, we're going to want to have some Rosa Charms, so anti-stop. About 5 will do pretty good. And then, of course, we have our shopping list here. The diorama stuff is on the side here on the left. We gotta get a whole bunch of stuff, notably like a gold bar, which is a grand, and a bunch of elements. You'll probably pick up a lot of these in the dungeon. And then we're going to be ending up getting a final bomb off of Morton. A couple of gun repair powder, we don't really need more than 2. Some chicken, like I said, if we need some anti-stop amulets, or about 11 cherries if you don't have Granny Rosa, because we are going to have to deal with stop. And just 1 tasty water. We're going to do the diorama, then we'll go to Morton's in case we need to sell the stones. If we have our crunchy bread, we can skip the chicken, of course. And that's it. We're gonna sell any extra stuff here we don't need. Weapons, crystals, chill elements we don't need. We do need 18 water elements. We don't need any paint. We just need 2 life elements. No wind, 2 wind, sorry. We don't need thunder. We need some earth, holy, and just 3 light as well. So there's like plenty of stuff here that we just don't need. As you can see, I already have plenty of money. We don't need normal repair powder. So if you see you have enough, you can stop selling and just go. Double pudding, you could sell, but that's a heal, so you might not want to. So we need 2 rolling logs, our 52 sturdy rocks, 38 rough rocks. Then we need 2 glass, which we have, and then we need 1 gold bar. Our 3 light elements, which we have. We need 16 holy elements, 15 earth, which we have, 18 water, 2 wind, and 2 life. Now we're going to go to Moonflower Palace. And at this point, we need to do some Georama. We're going to need 2 petal streams, the fountain, the Hall of Sorrow, the Stardust Pond, 2 starlight stairs, 2 flower beds, the palace stairs, 16 moon columns, that's all of them, 1 silver bench only, 8 road to Golbad, that's maximum, 4 roads and 2 camellia trees. So to do this, what I do is I press select, I go up here because we do have to kind of line it up, and we just go until we get to the end, which is here. And then we'll open the menu. You know you're at the end when the cursor won't go any farther forwards. It'll try to go sideways. This does not need to be perfect by any means, it's quite loose. I usually just start at the bottom here. You can only make 2 of these, and so we make the 2. We only need 4 roads, even though you can make 6, we only need 4. The maximum road to Golbad, so that's 8, the 1 silver bench. The maximum 16 moon columns, 1 palace stairs, of course you can only make 1. 2 flower beds, we don't need all of them, we just need 2. 2 starlight stairs, the Starlight Dust Pond, the Hall of Sorrow, the fountain, and 2 petal streams. If something here is missing, that means you missed the geostone, and you need to go back and grab it. To start with, we're going to start with the Road of Golbad. We're going to move it back until we can place it. We're going to just go down, straight down. 3, 4. Then we can go to the top here, do fountain. Then we can just do 1 R1 input and put the rest of the roads. That'll set up our center. And then we need to put these down. These are quite lenient a little bit, but you need to make sure that they connect. And you can make it appear faster by pressing and exiting. Now you can actually have one, I'll demonstrate it when we come to here. It doesn't have to be anywhere near perfect. You can have, you can even have it horizontal like this, and it'll work. Pop the silver bench over here, grab the palace stairs, put it here too. I put the trees down while we're here, just somewhere. Grab our roads. Our roads are going to connect. That's going to form the cross section. Leave the magnet on. Leave the magnet on. Make sure that this is facing this way. It snapped off. Okay, if that happens, just grab the thingy and do that. And grab our streams, place one underneath. It's pretty lenient where it can be. We need our flower beds. We need 2 over here in this quadrant. This is just, as you can see, we have like this cross segment, and then we work in quadrants. So you have the flower beds here, you have the palace stairs and bench there, the trees wherever. The Hall of Sorrow, the big one goes over here, and the small one goes over here. And with that being said, well, we are 100%. That's good. You'll know, though, without checking, if you get 2 cutscenes here. And with that, we're given our 2 gemstones, but we're not done. We need to go get the final bomb. If you bought a scroll from Monica's floor instead of doing the bomb strat, you could pick up the final bomb while at it. That way you don't have to do it now. But overall, the bomb strat is just faster. No need to get more than 1 final bomb. I mean, sure, if you could afford it, I guess you could, but it's better to use these for damage as opposed to another final bomb. So we're gonna go into our steel gun. We're going to pop these both in. If you have to sell them, not a big deal. Sometimes you're super poor and have to sell one of them. If you're buying the scrolls, you'll be lacking in money a bit. A weapon will max out at 150 attack and get some extra stuff here. We're going to put the final bomb on slot 1. That way we're ready to throw it right away. We will have our healing, repair your gun. And again, we just need 2 gun repair powder. Put the anti-stop amulets on. That way it'll protect us from Griffon. And we have res powder if need be. That being said, and we have Julia. We're now ready to go. That's it. Yep, so just remember for your checklist here, you need the final bomb, you need some healing, anti-stop, or cherries. And of course, Julia, and our weapon is stronger. Go up to the door. We're gonna put Cyrus here. If you're on JP, it would be Son. Now, right away, we need to defeat the 3 Atla. If I recall, they have 700 HP each. Let me check real quick. Yes, 700 each. And they're really annoying to hit, so we're just going to final bomb them. It has a large AoE. He's going to fly in some direction, we're going to wait for him to stop, and then we're going to toss the bomb to make sure it lands. So, normally he goes forward a little bit. You will have to learn to judge this. You just need a tiny bit of practice, that's it. And that's it. That's phase 1 down. Usually he'll come forward a moment, stop, yell, and you can throw it, and it'll actually hit the blue Atla, and that's like the fastest, perfect setup. But in this case, he flew backwards. He can fly over you as well, so be careful of that. And you have to turn around. Now he's going to go melee. If you have a stamina drink, if you have 2, use one now. Unfortunately, we only got 1, which is the worst I've seen. We're going to save this for the final boss, so we're actually going to fight him here. Be careful, because he can hit pretty hard. You see he does about 92. Have your cursor on your healing. If he starts doing melee, great. Just be ready to block. And that's phase 2 down. If you have 2 stamina drinks, just pop one there. It'll last the whole fight. Now phase 3, his attacks can cause stop. Even if you block it. So you want to just shoot and try to block. Don't go for too many shots. I will show you real quick what happens. So if you get hit, I'll try to walk towards you, that's great. But as you can see, it does a decent amount of damage. If you get hit and you have enough health, if you know you can take that like 113, 115, I'd say at least 120 HP, you'll want to do that. So you'll use that, for example, and then you'd heal up. And watch, like, even if you block it, let's see if he shoots us real quick. he jumping. Please shoot me. There. So you can see we got hit, and I knew I could take it. If you were worried, you could heal and then back out. It's not worth using the anti-stop or the cherry until you get hit by the second one, because if you get hit by the first one and you're hit by stop, and then you use this, the second hit can also inflict stop, so you want to wait until he's done both and finish his combo. He will always shoot twice. But if you have these amulets, you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, that's Griffon. It's just be careful about the damage you're taking. And if you don't have the amulets, then you've got to be very safe. Make sure you have enough healing. In fact, you could even opt to have more than 10 chicken. If you like don't have a stamina drink for him, you might want to just get like 20 chicken if you don't have anti-stop amulets. As long as you've got enough healing and have some cherries, you'll be fine though. With that being said, Griffon is of course defeated. Now we move on to the Dream Spiral, which is the boss rush. These enemies, if you have another stamina drink, if you have 3 in total, you will have used 1 on Griffon, you will use 1 here, and then we'll use 1 at the end. Of course, we only have 1, so I can't demonstrate that. So in this case, we're just going to shoot it, and we're going to move. This is Linda's AI, the same with the elephants, so they're pretty easy to deal with. It's just an elephant. We don't need the anti-stop anymore. If you have an anti-petrify, you can use it just in case for the final boss, but I wouldn't worry too much. In this case, you could even be like, okay, well, you know, I want to do like this, right? If you had like res powder or something, because that'll proc automatically without the animation of you dying. It's a nice safety thing if you happen to get it, and you usually not have to sell it. But we are going to have to repair our gun at some point here. If you still had stamina on and you had used it on these bosses for the boss rush, you would switch to Monica to preserve it, because the timer will tick while you're using max, but while you're using Monica, it's paused. It's not ticking down. Unfortunately, I don't have another one to demonstrate this. But I will show it at the end here. I can demonstrate it. What are you doing? It's kind of like walking forward and sideways. And we'll just continue our climb. It'll always be in the same order. We got the big old mammoth, you got the phantom memo reader thing that dies just as easy as the boss. The dragon, now the dragon is kind of dangerous, the fire. Be careful about it hitting you. I've actually died here before because I got hit twice and I didn't want to heal, and well, I got hit and rip right at the end. But if you get hit, it can inflict thirst, and then we won't be able to heal. That's really bad because we do need to get to the final boss in case he turns around. So that is why we have the 1 water. It can of course inflict stop, but that shouldn't be a thing. See, nice and simple. But we are prepared for the eventuality where maybe you get hit by the dragon's fire breath. Oh, watch the ammo. It's so easy to forget. And click, click. Oh crap, I'm out of ammo because you're paying attention to what's in front of you and not your gun. But as you can see, all we needed was 2 gun repair because I used the 1 before going into Griffon, and we've used 1 here, and this is plenty of ammo to get us through the rest of the battles. Well, the rest of the 2 battles. So coming up, we have our stamina drink. The twins here are annoying because we're dealing with 2 big skeletons at once, and it's really hard to get openings to fight them. So what we're going to do is, right at the start of the battle, we're going to do the same thing every time. If you had stamina, you try to make sure it runs out before this part or something. Go into the menu. We're going to put that stamina on. We're going to use Julia. This is going to stun them right away. We're going to go for the blue one first and then the red one. That way we skip an animation of a door shutting. Or the door behind us shuts, I think, and then the door in front of us opens. There is a window where it can hit you like once, depending on the attack animation, so be careful about that. Make sure you have full health when starting the fight. And then we're going to preserve our stamina by swapping Demonica. You should swap right after killing the second one. Now, against Dark Element here, we're going to run a few steps forward. Wait, we're going to switch to max right away. We're going to run a few steps forward. There's like a small outer circular ring around the arena. When we get into that point, we're going to open the menu and use Julia. We're going to stop moving and we're going to target and shoot. And there's a chance that the boss stays turned around and shoots at nothing. If he comes at us, if he stays at range, we'll just keep shooting him and get a little bit closer. If he comes at us, we're going to have to be careful and make sure to be safe because he'll hit very hard. Be at full health when that happens. So here's the smaller ring. I'm going to use Julia so that he doesn't switch to anti-max. And we're just going to shoot. Unfortunately, he turned around right away, so we'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4. Just be safe. And there we go, we're done. And that's it. And you can go through, that's time there when his HP bar depletes. You can go through the cutscenes, there's the song at the end, and you can, of course, sing, you know. If you get a PB, I would hope that you would sing. It's tradition. And that's it for this tutorial. I'll post like a little video at the end that I'll append to it, showing like the mimic floors, for example, so you can be like, oh, this floor has a lot of mimics. I don't want to open that many chests there. And we went over a bunch of time saves, but I'll write down like a list of the things that save time that you can get.
Well, Mother,
and that's it. Thank you. Thank you. I guess I'll let this play out.
Take my chances, racing time, rewriting the book for all to see. On my own, I can ride the winds of change to heal a broken time, a broken world. In the dark, a candle is the sun to light our way back home. It's a dream, it's a hope that one day we'll be free. Give me strength to open up the door. Only the strong ones can stand the test of time, caught in between these two worlds, finding our way. The sun will rise to pierce the